call the meeting to order. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors meeting, March 10th, 2021. You'll all join me with a pledge allegiance to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And welcome to our first meeting of a new format. The board adopted new format, mostly doing away with committee meetings, and so we've created a new format for the agenda, and that includes roll call. If the secretary call the roll, please. Present.
Division 5.
Here.
Division 4. Here. Division 3. Here. Division 2.
Here.
Division 1. Here.
Thank you. All present and accounted for. That's good. On a snowy morning. Okay, at this time we'll take public comment for any item not on the agenda. And I guess that would include the workshop also, because we'll be taking comment. We'll all be commenting on that one. So, any public comment for any other items not on the agenda? If you would like to speak, star 9 on your phone, please. Okay, seeing none, we'll move into our first item, which is a change for us. We're going to have a workshop this morning concerning the Agricultural Water Management Plan report that's been prepared by consultants and ready to discuss. So this will be the workshop. We will not take action on items. We will be, this one will be receiving and discussing only. If there are further changes to be made, then they'll be brought back to the board on the plan is to bring it back on the 24th. So we will, and this will be open dialogue, take questions, discuss it with anyone who would like to. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that this is while it's called a plan, this is a look-back plan. It's not something that the board and the staff has created for the future operations. This is a report of what we've been doing and a snapshot of where we are, if I've got that correct. Although it contains a lot of interesting details that will pertain to making the plan for water later on, that we will be considering. I think it's a great document already, but we'll see how that goes. So, no action today on this item. We'll bring it back to a public hearing, and then I believe action that day on the 24th of March. Okay, with that said, we will start with staff report by Mr. Doug Roderick, Engineering Manager. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Beerwagen. Thank you. So we're here today to first receive a presentation from Zingero, which is our consultant that we hired to develop both our urban and our ag water management plan. And then that will open it up for public discussion, interaction with both the board and the public with regards to information in the document. We're looking for feedback, comments. This is a public draft document, so feel free to discuss freely with us to be able to help us develop this document into ultimately the document that the board adopts in the future, and then we submit to the State Water Board. So just a little background. With regards to the urban and ag water plans, as you're aware, these are ones that have to be done every 5 years and submitted to DWR as part of our requirements under the California Water Code and Conservation Act of 2009. DWR does develop guidebooks to help us develop these documents so they're a little more uniform to the different suppliers. Ultimately, we have to meet the requirements within the statutes and the code, and the guidebooks just help us get there and put the information in that they need to see. These documents are still in draft form. They have not been finalized by DWR. So why we don't necessarily anticipate a bunch of changes. It is still a draft document, so there could be additional requirements or information in the guidebooks when they finalize those that may require us to make adjustments to the document. As you're aware, as you had mentioned, Director Bearwagon, the code requires that the plan be adopted by April 1st and submitted by April 30th. We are planning on having our public hearing on March 24th, which is the next board meeting in 2 weeks. The public draft document was released on the 3rd for folks to see. And what we're looking for, again, is input from both the board as well as the public so that we can incorporate those into our final document. I do want to clarify the news release that was sent out on March 4th. It identified comments to be received by March 17th. Only in that we can get that information into the packet for the board agenda. We will continue to receive comments up until and including the hearing date. So it might have been a little misleading on how you read that. We're going to continue to receive comments right up until and including during the public hearing. So the March 17th cutoff was only so that we can include it in our packet and information that would be presented in the board packet at the hearing. So I wanted to clarify that. And then make an adjustment to that date, which is actually March 16th is the final date. Now that we have a new board agenda set up, we now have to have everything done by the Tuesday and not by the Wednesday. So any comments you receive by the end of the day on the 16th, we'll incorporate them or at least include them in the document that will be in the packet that will go to the board. Any ones received after that, we will just include them and discuss them during the public hearing. So I wanted to make sure that we made that clear to folks out there with regards that they can continue to submit those comments.
Doug, can we put that, maybe you already have, but put that on our website so that it's very clear for anyone, because it sounds like the press release that went out was not clear. And what you're trying to do is clear it up here, which is great.
Sure.
But I also think we need to have that on our website.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
not a problem. We'll make the adjustment. Yeah.
We also get whatever comments are received between the 16th and the 24th, get those mailed to us or emailed to us on the 23rd, so we have at least overnight to look at them.
Sure.
Thank you.
We can do that. So with that, I will go ahead and hand it off to Jim Crowley with Zingero. He's going to give a presentation and go through the slideshow. That's part of the packet that you have there. And then once we're done with that, then we can open up and have discussion.
I have one more question.
Sure.
So I know that we're trying really hard to meet that April 1st deadline, and I did a little bit of looking, but is it true that we don't have to meet that April 1st deadline if we combine this, the urban with the ag water management plan, and then we can submit everything by July 1st or something?
No, I'm not aware of that. Statutes are specific that the ag water management plan is supposed to be adopted by April 1st and submitted by April 30th, and the urban water plan is submitted by end of June. So they are separate and specific deadlines, and I am not aware, and Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of any requirement where you, or allowance where you can combine them and submit them all at the one time.
Okay, I had heard that there were, but thank you.
Yeah, there is a kind of a process in the statute that goes through what happens if you, with regards to submitting them by April 30th, and then the state board has some time to get back to you in terms of the delinquencies or deficiencies in the document, and then you have 120 days to deal with that. But the statute's very clear that it's April 1st and then April 30th.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we let Jim have that discussion?
Mike?
Okay.
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 Doug.
Jim, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much. My name is Jim Crowley with Zingero. We were hired to work on the urban and the ag water management plans. Today, we're going to be presenting the public draft of an overview of the ag management plan. Before I get started on that, I would like to just add to Director Heck's question. with respect to combining of the plans. The code, I don't remember the exact statute. It does say that the plans can be combined, but that doesn't, it doesn't address whether or not that allows you to miss that April 1st adoption deadline of the ag plan. Okay, so here we go. Workshop of the ag water management plan overview. The agenda today is to go over the purpose and process of this workshop. Talk a little bit about the differences and similarities between the ag and the urban plan, because they have a lot of overlapping, but then a lot of unique requirements. Talk about the ag water management plan requirements, give an overview of the ag plan, and then talk about the submission and responses for comments. Doug already addressed this a bit. Okay, the purpose and process of this plan, of this workshop is, I've covered it a bit already, but we will be going over the ag plan and providing an overview of it. Ag management plan versus urban water management plan. The similarities between these plans is that they're both identified in statute, which then the California Department of Water Resources staff are responsible for collecting the plans and reporting on the plan results to the legislature through various reports. Mostly DWR can provide guidance on how to create the plans through their guidebooks, but they're very clear that they cannot change the statutes that have been made, with a few exceptions, one of them being that the department does have the ability to, on the ag plan, modify the water management efficiency methods if they want to add or modify the methods that were in the original statutes. Both are on a 5-year update cycle, which we're in the middle of right now. The differences are, of course, that the ag focuses on past ag water use. The urban focuses on both past and projected treated water demands and supplies. There was a discussion earlier about the ag plan being a backwards looking document, and it mostly is. There are some requirements where the entity needs to talk about the planned ag water efficient measures that they intend to implement in the future. And then also the ag plan gives the entity the ability to talk about the management objectives that they intend to pursue in the future. That statement was mostly made so that people that were opening up the ag plan and expecting to see water demand projections, they're not in the ag plan. They're going to be in the urban plan. Okay, let me get this smaller. The urban water management plan, like I just said, talks about past and projected demands and supplies, but then it also includes projections for future supply reliability, this new requirement, which is a 5-year drought risk assessment, talking about it includes demand management measures for the treated side, 20 by 2020 compliance. This is the final plan where we talk about the 20% reduction in gallon per capita day by 2020, and we'll be showing that NID met that target. It also includes a rather large new requirement, which is the water storage contingency plan. The requirement's not new, but it's a lot more prescriptive. The statutes have defined more specific elements that have to be in that water storage contingency plan. And then we're not going to talk about it today, but we will be talking about in the urban water management plan, how the treated water projections fall within these new regulatory water requirements that are coming, which are basically water budgets, where a treated water customer is going to be given 55 gallons per capita day. And then they'll also be given a landscape irrigation budget. The individual customer isn't given these budgets. The district is giving the budget as a whole, and then it's up to the district to manage the customers down to these budgets. So we'll be talking more about that in the urban water management plan. So the ag plan includes descriptions and overview of the crop characteristics that the customers are being served, the district's water operations, regulations, measurement, and pricing, a discussion of climate change impacts. I talked previously about the ag conservation measures. And then a new element this time around is a more detailed ag water budget. So basically water in the farm gate versus water off the field. And we'll talk about that later in the presentation. So that's the similarities and the major differences between the ag and the urban plan. All right, let me, I'm not paging down for some reason. There we are. Okay, so here's just an overview of the process. The top boxes above the timeline are the ag plan. The bottom boxes are the urban plan. You'll see far left box, we're there at the workshop on March 10th. The public hearing will be the 24th, and then the statute says that it must be adopted by April 1st and then submitted within 30 days of that adoption date. For the urban plan, that's got a slightly shifted schedule. It hasn't been set yet, but probably a workshop on the public draft in late April, a public hearing in late May, and then adoption of the plan in June, and then it must be submitted to DWR by July 1st. Okay, the ag plan overview. In general, the guidebook discusses these main categories. It will explain how the plan was prepared and adopted. It provides a description of the service area, past uses, description of the supply, includes this new water budget, discussion of climate change and potential impacts of that, the ag water use efficiency program discussion, and then the various supporting documentation that has to go with the plan. So the plan preparation, NID sent out nearly 50 official emails and letters to cities, counties, other water districts, other entities in the areas, as well as posting it on the website and the general news releases. This workshop that we're having today is in addition to the statute requirements. The statute requirements are just the public hearing. Then the board will adopt it, and it'll be submitted to DWR. Description of the service area: 287,000 total acres within the main outer boundary, with 32,323 acres reported by our raw water customers as in ag. All ag deliveries are measured mostly with the orifice box based on the miner's inch. Everyone's charged a volumetric rate basis. And the statutes for the ag plan with respect to drought plan are not as prescriptive as the requirements for the water shortage contingency plan in the urban plan. So what we did for the ag plan is follow the urban requirements as much as possible, so that the district eventually ends up with just one water shortage contingency plan for both its treated and raw water customers. And there's some more detail on that drought plan. It includes a description of the vulnerability and resiliency planning that the district is doing. It provides a detailed description of the annual water supply and demand assessment. It's very similar to what CHIP has been doing all along, but now the state requires the process to be documented and submitted. There are 6 water shortage stages. These are defined in the statutes as well. Stage 1 is a 10% supply shortage. Stage 2 is a 20% supply shortage. And down the line until you get to stage 6, which is a greater than 50% supply shortage. So for the response plan, each stage in the plan lists the supply trigger values that cause the district to go into that supply shortage. It has specific measures for treated and ag water customers, as well as what the district is going to enact during that stage, and a description of the enforcement measures for the actions. And then it also has a required, what are the financial impact considerations that the district needs to be aware of and think about as they go into each stage. So a summary of the water uses. These are the 6 water uses in the statutes that need to be identified. We have the agricultural water for NID. That's the amount of water that is ordered by the customer. The environmental flows, those are the mostly the in-stream flow requirements from the various permits and other elements that are required. Recreational gets broken out. That's parks and golf courses. Municipal is the combined, both the wholesale water that NID sells to Nevada City, Grass Valley, and a few others, plus NID's own treated water customers. Groundwater recharge, NID does not use water to recharge groundwater basin at this time because there is mostly fractured rock in the majority of the service area. And then we have the canal water loss to deep percolation. This is NID's estimate of water loss through the canals, through leakage and seepage. That's estimated at 15% of the total water that's diverted into the canals.
Jim, can we interrupt you for a second? We have a couple of questions.
I have some questions too. Yeah.
Is that all right if we ask questions at this point?
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Hi, Jim, this is Laura.
Hello.
Hi, so are these tables that are in the plan? I mean, this description, it would be helpful if we could know where in the plan this information, I'm assuming this is straight from the draft plan, is that correct?
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is there a table so we can follow along with the plan where you're doing this information? I don't know, maybe.
I'm
Pages
looking.
28, 29 of the plan.
Yeah, I'm
28,
looking at the
29,
plan
31.
right now. These tables in the presentation are summaries of a few tables
I don't
in the
remember
plan.
seeing the plan.
This is a summary of several of these tables for the presentation purposes. So this specific table, as laid out like that, I don't believe is necessarily in the plan.
Oh, okay, that's good.
But it's just
That
for
was my
purposes.
question.
But they're in different tables.
There is information in the different tables, but it was all, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, combined onto this one as part of his presentation for discussion.
That is correct.
I see.
Okay.
It would have been helpful if we could have, the presentation would have followed through the plan so we could understand the layout of the plan. But I guess that's not how we're doing it, so, okay.
And Ricky had a question?
Well, go ahead.
I had one more
Laura,
question about this water shortage that you were discussing earlier about this drought. My understanding is that the board has to adopt the drought contingency plan, and we have to, it's our plan, it's not, so once if a different plan is posted in here, this is our plan, before the board has even seen it, is that, it seems like kind of backwards. It seems like we shouldn't.
I think that's the plan that has been in existence.
No, here's the plan that's been in existence.
So if I may, the district does currently have a water shortage contingency plan. Part of the ag and urban water management plans requires us to update that plan to mirror what the state would like us to see. So as part of the package of these documents, we will also be updating our water shortage contingency plans within the adoption of these documents. Once these documents are done, that can then be a standalone document, this water shortage contingency plan can be a standalone document that we can modify from here on out. We don't have to go back and modify our ag and urban water management plans, but we can pull our water shortage contingency plan out separately and modify it as we wish. And as Jim had mentioned earlier, the ag water management plan is not as detailed as the urban in what they would like to see in your water shortage contingency plan. So I believe this is kind of like our first crack at updating our water shortage contingency plan, and I think we'll have another chance to fine tune that when we get into the urban discussion.
So by adopting this plan, we're derivatively adopting a new drought contingency plan that's underhandedly behind,
I wouldn't say it's underhanded, that's why
as part of this action.
That's why we're having this workshop to discuss those things. But yes, as we adopt this plan, we're also updating our water shortage contingency plan to mirror what state would like us to see. They're very specific in changing our stages to meet a uniform requirement across the state. And that's why they're included in these plans.
Well, I understand that. We've known since like before last August that these requirements were happening. We could have had a drought contingency public meeting where we were looking at our drought contingency as a plan that we're adopting as a plan, rather than just saying by adopting this plan, we're by virtue adopting this other plan.
I can appreciate that. However, I will tell you, we still do not have a final guidance on what's supposed to be in our drought contingency plan.
From the state.
Yeah, it's still in limbo. In fact, there were adjustments to the urban plan just yesterday. So it's a bit of a moving target. I do appreciate your comment, and that, yes, it could have been ongoing discussions, but we still don't have the final guidance yet.
Well,
What's the implication of it, though? It sounds like the drought, and this is new for me, so excuse me. It sounds like the drought contingency plan is a dynamic document, and this is a static document. And so the fact that we have the ability to control the dynamic document, then I don't really see
this
what
is a dynamic document as well.
But I don't see what the problem is, Laura, because if our guidance and our actions are based on the drought contingency plan, then it just seems like it's an iterative process, excuse me for using the iterative word. But, I just don't see where the issue is. I see this as it's gonna evolve, and that we'll have a chance to see the document that sounds like it's more of a working document. And that although this may be updated from time to time, that is the guidance that we operate from. So that I'm just trying to clarify what the concern is and what you will really be relying on.
Here's my concern, is that this is a lot of information to digest at one point, and to realize that there's a whole other topic embedded in this one. And so if we go, essentially we're not giving any special thought to the drought plan. Staff is, but the board, we're rubber stamping and saying, yes, that sounds good because it's a big document. But if we change the drought plan, if we make any changes to the drought plan, we have to go back and update this plan. When the board hasn't really heard the drought plan, and we don't really have time to really ponder that at this point, because we're now behind the 8 ball, because now it's due in 2 weeks. And
so if I may, when you dig into that chapter of this ag water management plan, I think what you'll find is the drought contingency plan, or the water shortage contingency plan, what we should start calling it.
Yes, right.
It's more than just a drought.
Yeah.
You're gonna find it didn't change drastically. The actions within it are basically a copy of what our past plan had. The parts that has changed is the amount of stages. Before we only had, I think, 4 that were mandatory reductions. Now we're up to 6.
And
that's because that is what the state has required of us. Enforcement hasn't really changed.
Well, it's not documented in here.
Oh, it's in there. It's in our rules and regulations, as far as enforcement goes. But anyway, the big items that have changed are basically trying to match what the state requirements are for the stages that are now mandated statewide. The state's trying to get everyone on the same page, so that if we have a major drought in the state, they can say, I want all water purveyors to implement stage 3 of their drought contingency plan, and it will mean the same thing for all agencies. What they found in the last drought is when they said that, certain agencies stage 3 meant it's voluntary, certain agencies stage 3 meant it was a 50% reduction. So they're trying to get us all on the same page. And this change you're gonna see in the ag water management plan right now is basically just taking a document and modifying it to match what the state's requirements are. And again, if the board has concerns with the document, by all means, we will have another crack at updating it in the urban plan, and beyond that even, we can pull it off the shelf at any given time and update it at the board's discretion.
Chip, can I ask you this question? Is if we updated the water shortage contingency plan at any point after the adoption of these 2 plans, do we have to go back and adjust these 2 plans based on a new adoption that NID determines? As long as we don't adjust those stages in terms of moving those stages from 6 to 4 again, right? So do we have to do anything additional to the update of this actual plan or the urban plan if we went through and adopted a new, say under the trigger, right? We adjust the trigger because it was too high. I'm asking the question, no? Is that, do we have to do that?
We don't. So the state's very clear that these are standalone documents. However, they're taking the opportunity when you update these plans to get your water shortage contingency plan up to a standard stage. They don't specify what each stage needs to have. They're just giving you a range and the number of stages you need. After these documents are done, the water shortage contingency plan becomes its own document that you can update at will.
I'm sorry,
If I could interject, if we could let Mr. Crowley finish his presentation, save that idea for another time, or have it later stage.
Let me just wrap it up.
Okay.
So my point isn't with the actual document, it's with the process. We've known we needed to update this for 9 months, and we haven't done it. And so now it's lumped in, and it's just poor planning on our part, and that's my concern.
Well, we've been waiting.
All this stuff all at once, and it's really frustrating.
We still don't even have final guidance on this document.
And,
We've been actively building this. I disregard, I don't agree this is poor planning. I think we've been trying to build this. We have a plan that we've been utilizing. If we wanted to adjust it, we definitely have not had an opportunity or need that we've thought to adjust and amend the plan.
This plan is the reason to adjust this.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing now.
Okay, Mr. Crowley, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so we're looking at the supplies that NID has at their hand. They have a contract purchase supply with PG&E. They have their total water rights are approximately 450,000 acre feet per year. And then the carryover storage in the reservoir is 280,000 acre feet of carryover storage capacity. Groundwater is not used as a source by the district. And then for the recycled water, the district diverts from the various streams into their canal system, the discharge from the various wastewater treatment plants within the service area. So from 2016 through 2020, these are the values of supply that were available and or contracted.
Mr. Crowley, this is Ricky Heck. Is on that same slide, is it correct then the totals aren't here, which always throws me a little bit, but so it's like on 2020, are we to say that the watershed runoff of 119.5 plus the carryover of 170 plus the recycle equals supply? Is that correct?
Do you mean equals the supply that was available, or the supply that?
Chart. Yeah. So you're saying, in 2016 we had, X, and 2017 and 20. So if you just use 2020, what I'm asking is it correct to total those figures to come up with the total supply that was available in 2020? I mean, that's the way it appears, but they're not total.
They're not total on this page.
They're not totaled, and so that makes it, what are we saying about this?
Yeah.
But if that's correct, then that's helpful to know. And
That's my understanding, but I want to make sure I'm not conflicting with CHIP's annual water report analysis.
So yeah, you're spot on. So we had 119,500 acre feet of watershed runoff that came into our system. We had 170,000 acre feet of water left in our reservoirs, and then we diverted 1,408 acre feet of recycled water. That was the total supply available to us in 2020.
In 2020. So I would just ask that perhaps for your next version you put totals here.
Yeah,
Because otherwise we have to do the math ourselves, which would be nice to have that.
Chris?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yeah,
Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Crowley, so in the water supply analysis, TM, it shows that the recycled water is 5,300 acre feet, whereas you have a figure of, what is it, 1,300, 1,500?
Yes. So I believe that these numbers in the presentation, 13 to 1,500 acre feet is the estimate based on the effluent from the treatment plants that are provided to the information that's provided to NID by the treatment plant operators during the diversion season, which is April through October.
So because these recycled waters are, so let me walk you through the process. The wastewater facilities treat the water and then discharge it back into the local creek. Below that point, we have opportunities to redivert that water and send it to our ag customers, and we do so. However, during the winter months, when we have storms and flows are high, it's very hard to determine how much of that water in the creek is natural runoff versus how much is truly recycled water from the wastewater facility. So what this number represents is solely the numbers during the irrigation season, because we know the creeks are pretty much, they're not dry, but they're very limited flow, so we only utilize the numbers during the irrigation season as our recycled water total. Hopefully that makes sense.
I had a technical question about the watershed runoff. The 450 is the amount, it's not, okay, is that the amount that we are restricted to collect, or is that the amount that actually runs off all the land?
No, that is, in a perfect world,
yes,
that is what our water rights would support.
Our water rights would say we could take from the runoff, but that's not all the runoff.
That is not all the runoff.
Okay.
In fact, in 2017, we were over 500,000 acre
Yes,
feet watershed runoff. But in a perfect world, that's what you could divert. I can tell you, we don't divert that.
Right, right, okay. Thank you for that clarification, I've wondered that.
And that's really apples and oranges. That's a paper number that we don't live in a perfect world.
Right,
We will
right,
never have that diversion.
And how could you ever really truly measure it, right?
Well, and that's direct diversion and storage both, right? It's all our combinations, right?
Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions before Mr. Crowley moves on?
I'm good for you.
Okay, go ahead,
All
Mr.
right.
Crowley. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
No problems. Here is, this slide presents the water budget with the elements defined in the in the statute that have to go into the water budget. The first three rows over there on the left are the inflow, which is the effective precipitation, which we had to estimate. The surface water deliveries, that's what's sold to the customer, and then zero groundwater deliveries. And then we total those values up there, total inflow through the, that's basically onto the farmer's field. And then the outflow are the evapotranspiration, which is an estimated value. The surface outflow, which are the measured spills at the end of canals that are basically at the bottom of the system, where that spill does not get picked up again by another NID canal. Then we have the canal loss to deep percolation. That's that 15% of canal inflow. We have the raw water that we deliver to the wholesalers, Nevada City, Grass Valley, and others. And then we have NID's influent to their own treatment water plants. There's a lot of information here on this table. On this table, it is meant to be just be a summary of the detailed descriptions that are available in the plan. I do want to highlight a couple of things here. Effective precipitation, evapotranspiration. Those are those both had to be estimated, and what's interesting and unique about NID's service area, and really any foothill ag area versus valley floor ag area, is the difference in climates, the microclimates throughout the service area, the different soil types, the different planting types. There's a lot of different crops being used here. So the plan used some methodologies that are geared towards calculating the estimate based on the high level of information and assumptions and data about the crops that had to be made. So those definitely could, if we had more data, more detailed data about specific fields and specific weather, ETA, evapotranspiration throughout the service area. Other estimation methods that use that detailed data could be used. When you look at the total inflow to the total outflow, it's clear they don't match, and I think that reflects the level of data that we actually have for each individual field, and for the other climatic and soil-based parameters that go into these estimations. There was a mistake in this table, a typo on canal loss to deep percolation in 2020. And the presentation that went out into the board packet that did not have the correct number in it. This presentation does have the correct number. So looking at this, water budget, the next part of the ag plan is asking the question: how can we make these numbers a more refined estimate and a more tight water budget?
Jim, we have several questions about the water budget, if we could answer those at this point.
Okay.
Director Hall.
So can you define evapotranspiration for me?
Evapotranspiration is what the plant or the crop uses.
Okay, so I have a real basic question. Is the Ag Water Management Plan assumed by the state/DWR to reflect untreated water used to support commercial agriculture, crops, ranches, etc.? Or, as in our instance, we have our water being used by a lot of non-commercial activities, and I'm just wondering, what does the state actually think? I mean, because you keep using the word crop, and I don't think lawn and outdoor irrigation is crop. So, can you help me with that?
I'm not aware that the state is making the differentiation between who is a commercial water user and who isn't.
All right, if I could jump here, Jim, I believe this is done by regions in the state, and Rich could probably jump in there too. They have they have testing stations for evapotranspiration. That's across the board. It's not crops. There's one, I don't even know where they are, but I know that the Farm Bureau publishes the list every month of what that is, what that number is, okay? So it's a general, it's not crops, it's everything, okay? It's the whole land.
Swimming pools and.
It's everything in that. And I see Dustin shaking his head or gonna say something. Go ahead.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Everything has an ET.
Yes.
And grass, pools. But your question, Karen, I think the focus of the state is raw water use.
Yeah.
It's not just raw water use on crops, it's raw water use
All across the board.
board. And in NID's case, it's much more diverse than many other agencies in the state. Many other agencies in the state have raw water for crops, but NID's more diverse, as I said.
Right, okay. And then how does the number for evapotranspiration connect to page 10, where we talk about agricultural water use, and it says ordered, and it has 109,000 acre feet versus the evapotranspiration 104,000 acre feet. I'm just trying to
So
understand.
my answer to that is the ordered number is the gross number. So let's just take your flower plot. You're gonna order whatever it is, 1 miner's inch, you're gonna apply that to the crop. There will be a certain amount that the crop will consume. That's ET, evapotranspiration. There's a certain amount that will percolate into the ground, and there's a certain amount that will return as tailwater to the system. So one's a gross number. This is trying to break those out into subcomponents. If you had perfect measurement, this would be like a balance sheet, like a financial statement, and it would, all your inflow components would perfectly measure your outflow components, but we don't have that. And nobody, to my knowledge, in the state has that level of precision in their accounting of water, but that's the concept.
So just, thank you, that was very helpful. So for the agricultural ordered volume, is that the amount of water that we put through the system, the 109?
Where are you getting that number?
That's on page 10, at the top. It says agricultural ordered, so I'm assuming this is the number of miners' inches and volume of raw water that we're sending out through the canal.
It's the amount of water that was purchased by the customer.
Paid for, yes.
Okay.
So in other words, they ordered 1 miner's inch at the beginning of the season. That's what this number represents. Did they actually use 1 miner's inch throughout the season? Maybe, maybe not. This really is just the total of what they've ordered at the beginning of the season.
Is it also what we sent through the
No,
system?
that is a different number, and that will be our demand number. We'll get it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Go ahead, Laura.
To clarify that, so you're saying that the agricultural water people ordered 109,000 acre feet, and it was applied, 104,000 of that 109,000 was applied to crop, italic.
Yeah.
And used, so 104 out of 109,000 orders was actually evapotranspirated through plants.
Where are you seeing 104?
You have
That's the evapotranspiration.
Well, that evapotranspiration number of 104, I mean, it's estimated,
Oh, I see, okay.
And you have effective precipitation that you also have to consider.
which is also estimated.
So at this point, go ahead. Director Johansson has a question. Okay.
Well, clarification on evapotranspiration.
Yes.
So in the valley, you have specific crops, and they have different evapotranspiration rates. Almonds are higher than citrus.
Right.
I think in looking at what is a commercial grower versus someone who isn't, what I see around in Nevada County, Placer County, is that our water is really being put to beneficial use. Everything, you can say agriculture produces food and fiber, and if you produce over $1,000 a year, you're commercial under USDA laws. But you also have to look at, I think we have to look at, is that carbon sequestration of what this water is providing, the wildlife habitat that this water provides, the fire protection that this water provides. And I think that is what makes our community, our district unique, is that we're providing so many beneficial uses besides just food and fiber. And when we tried to figure out, Sierra Harvest was doing a study, it was very difficult to figure out how much food is actually being produced on ranchettes, but it's a lot. It is a tremendous amount of food, and it doesn't show up in any statistic.
That's true.
So I think we have to be careful in, trying to divide it up. I think there's a lot of beneficial use here to our water, and it is a broad spectrum.
Agreed.
Director, Hicks?
Thank you. My question kind of goes back to the numbers, Mr. Crowley, and perhaps Chip. So, one of the things that you show on page 12, municipal raw deliveries, you've got it at, roughly 2,800 acre feet. And yet in the plan, or, in the actual document, it is like 13,000 acre feet for municipal deliveries from our raw system. And
What page are you looking in the,
hang on, I'll
you got it
for
there?
you.
Ricky?
Yes.
I can answer that.
Thank you.
So this one is broken out, municipal, I believe, is to Grass Valley, Nevada City. And then the line below treated water, that's our own treated water system deliveries. So on the prior slide, they just combined those two numbers. So if you take the 10,500 plus the 2,891, that's how you get your price.
Your 13,000, okay. And then I wanted to also ask, in the document, you state that a 15% loss factor is applied to total diverted, this is the canal loss. And so I'm curious where the 15% comes from. Is that
Right, I was too.
some study, or, is it, where does it come from? Because I've heard different numbers, and it would be important to quantify that accurately about the canal loss. And so I want to know where the 15% came from. That's the question.
Tackle that? What's that? Does anyone want to tackle that? Well, that was what was identified in our raw water master plan.
I know, but
As the usage, so that we don't have the measuring capability to be able to determine exactly what the losses are in our facility.
So it's kind of,
it's kind of a guess, and our canals vary, right? Some canals may be less, some canals may be more, but the overall average, which is within a reasonable number that most use for their losses, when they have information that's
because I had understood.
we're within the standards of what people tend to use for losses within a facility.
So how does it compare to like PCWA, who has similar canals, or a few of these others around, in terms of their canal loss?
I don't know what their estimated canal losses are for
But I think in
PCWA.
general, like you said, the raw water master plan, that was the estimate, overall total, 500 miles of both ditch canals. Some are Shop Creek, some are
Right, no, I
some
get
are
that, but I mean, like if you take data on top of, you take this as data that was on top of an assumption that was maybe not easily provable, then pretty soon, if there's an error, it just gets carried forward, and then pretty soon people go, oh yeah, our canal loss is 15%. Well, do we know that? And how do we know it?
I assume we can go back and look to see what that
So
count was.
the bigger information is what we put into our canals, right? What we put into our canals is what we need to be able to make our deliveries. That's gonna include consumptive demands, that's gonna include losses,
Right.
whether it's seepage, et cetera. So to be able to truly identify each canal and how much loss we have in each one, you would have to have measuring stations both at the beginning and at the end.
Right.
Plus be able to measure everything that's being consumptively used in that section.
Right,
The
because,
amount of effort and cost to do something like that for a district like this and how we deliver would be, probably have sticker shock in terms of the amount of cost and effort, right? But you could do things like, if you had inlet and outlet numbers, you could at least say consumptive uses plus losses are this number, with a little more comfort level, saying this is what it truly is, and then you're gonna look into more, okay, based on our consumptive uses, we think maybe now it's only 8% versus 15% versus 20%. And it's gonna vary per canal,
I would
depending on
imagine.
where we're at, right? If we're down in
Yeah.
DG, we're gonna lose a lot more water, than we're in with the canal, that's lines, et cetera.
Sure.
Because some of the statements say 15 to 30%, some
I
cut
know,
out
it's
30%,
like this
right?
huge amount.
And I think Doug's point is really apropos about the measuring of what the guy is actually using. You can measure going in, you can measure going out, but if you don't know what he's actually using and that water's going out the end, you're lost in it, so.
And that's been an ongoing comment, even
Yeah.
in the last round of the Ag Water Management Plan, it was brought up. And the district's actively trying to upgrade all of its gauging stations and include more. All of our headwaters, or the heads of the canals, are gauged, so we know how much we're putting in. The tailwater side of it, we are actively trying to make sure we have gauges at all of those now as well. And we're actually automating those, especially the head readings. We're putting those into SCADA and trying to get real-time data. But it's a slow and expensive process. But we're trying to fine-tune those measurements so we can get a better feel on what that loss is in the future.
And you have your DWOs that are out there on a daily basis,
Correct.
trying to make adjustments to our system to minimize how much would spill at the end. But we just don't know. We don't know if customer A is gonna be on all day versus half a day, and customer B is gonna be on half a day versus
Right.
all day, right? So we gotta be able to have water to meet their demand.
So then
That's gonna vary
the
throughout the
follow-up question for me then is, are we not under some sort of state mandate to actually monitor, measure, meter the amount of water that is actually consumed versus that which is purchased? So someone will say, I'm purchasing 5 miners inches, but we don't know if they use 5 or 3 for their demand, right?
Right.
And probably they don't either, really. I mean, farmers, I trust farmers, they know what they're doing, but in reality, we don't really know
Right.
how much water is being consumed in our system. And my understanding was the state was promulgating some regulations to force agencies like ours to be more accurate in our metering.
So
Is that true?
On the treated water side, absolutely 100%.
Right, I know on the
We have
treated,
to
but
know
I'm
that.
talking about the
And
raw.
On the raw water side, we do know what our demands are. We know how much water we put in the system. We know exactly what, the demand from our customers are. Do we know specifically which customer used what? No, we do not. We know what our orifice, our service outlet is set to. We know what their potential usage could be, but we don't know what their actual usage is. We just know how much water we put into the canal. To get that specific, and use the volumetric rate is, very, very difficult and very expensive. We could put in, mag meters on each one of these service connections. The problem is, now you have to monitor the system and adjust it in real time, and that's nearly impossible in our system because it takes nearly 4 days to get from the upper watershed to the end of the system when Joe has turned on, 4 more inches all of a sudden, and you gotta meet his demand. By the time 4 days later it gets there, he may have shut back off, and now you got too much. So, unless the system is completely piped, it is nearly impossible to adjust this thing in real time. It is very, very difficult.
Director Peters.
I have a quick thing. Chip, that's very helpful, yeah, I concur, it's very complex as well. How many of our canals actually, the tailwater leaves the district?
Great question. So, what was the total count we came up with, Tor?
There's roughly 20 at least that are unrecapturable.
Unrecovered.
However, some of those are also used as point of sales. So it's difficult to, we do measure but, we don't know what customers are gonna be using. We make a delivery and, they may or may not be using all the water, but on the ones we make delivery, we do measure those ends, and we do have measurement at, I think, 6 other ends that are non-recapturable currently and looking to improve.
Those are the highest on our priority list to make sure we have gauging stations on those so we can actually measure how much is being lost.
That was my point, yeah, that's where we should prioritize our efforts, to get those ones that are. But what you're saying is that 14 of them have customers at that end of the line that are also buying some of the water, not all of it, but they're buying some?
Correct. So what we would do is we would get our gauge data, and then we would have to deduct whatever their purchase allotment is. from that gauge data to try to, you know, be as accurate as we could.
Which again is very good information, but we'll still lump a lot of this information together, right? You know what's coming in and what's coming out. You're still going to have consumptive losses, seepage, et cetera. It's all going to be lumped together. We're not going to be able to take those apart other than estimating them based on certain things.
Anybody else? I have a question if nobody else does. Jim, if you could, or if Dustin could give us an overview. I started studying this water budget thing. It's the first time I've heard of water budget in my life. And I go, what benefit of going through all this exercise is this to our process or the state's process? Is it state law?
Yeah, Jim, you're welcome to jump in here.
So it is state law that these elements need to be identified in the water budget and placed into the water plan.
Okay.
So I'm getting the sense of your question is why would the state be interested?
Yeah, why are they interested in the precipitation versus the irrigation?
Yeah, I think if this is a way to analyze how efficient you are in your water use.
Okay.
If you had, I don't know, we used to pick on cotton down in Kern County. You know, a huge ET, huge, you're growing it on sandy soil. You know, and maybe that's just not the most effective use of that water in that area. By the way, they've all now converted to almonds, and they're using, and they're now a permanent crop, and there's now a permanent demand, so but that's other problems. But this is a way, I think, for policymakers at the state level to kind of get a glimpse of how efficient and effective you are with your water.
Okay. That was my guess somewhere along there. Okay, if nobody else has a question, Mr. Crowley, you can continue.
Okay. And just, you know, so following up on that, I would also say the value of doing this is the discussion that we just had. You know, why don't these numbers balance? Why are we estimating certain things? Is there a better way to come up with these numbers to better understand water usage? And so that then you roll into these water management objectives. Then, you know, what can the district investigate, do more of, do less of? You know, what are the tasks that can be done to help get a better understanding of the water usage? And most of these bullet items here were just brought up in the conversation. So that's a good outcome of seeing that water budget. Everyone can kind of you know, see where estimates or measuring can be implemented or increased to get a better understanding. So we have these 7 water management objectives in the plan that will help NID better understand that water use. This last bullet here, pursue increased communication and partnerships with counties to enhance understanding of private groundwater use. You know, so the use of groundwater from the fractured rock groundwater supply is not very well understood. The amount of groundwater available is not well understood in a fractured rock system. And then because the counties are the entities that manage and regulate private wells, NID doesn't have a lot of data and access to those private well information to understand how much groundwater on the private side is actually being used. And this also rolls into the urban water management plan efforts as well.
Why is that a concern to us?
The use of private groundwater is a potential concern because if someone's well goes dry, they will likely want to become an NID customer, which would be an increased demand.
Got it.
Director Johansson.
Well, and we have an obligation or there's a direction out that we need to serve disadvantaged communities. And often those communities are on wells and those wells are going dry. That's why we proactively start looking. There's 4 disadvantaged communities in Nevada County. 2 of them are Rough and Ready and Penn Valley as dictated. And it's one of LAPCO's missions is to see service there. Also, it affects the county's general plan because as well water becomes less reliable, NID becomes the reliable source for water. And that then kind of drives everything.
I'd add to that historically land use agencies have put development in a certain area, and as an entity, as the water entity where we're supplying and have the jurisdiction over 287,000 acres of area, typically land use agencies would say, go ahead and develop. Water, get there. Now we're at a point where maybe the water should be the one that's
the driver.
At least coordinating a little closer with those land
It's
use
been my issue for a long
And it
time.
takes-
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment, Greg, because you look at the massive distance that NID needs to serve. It is, I was gonna say freaking impossible for this district to be able to serve that kind of geographic range. And so selecting specific areas that are more compact and have access to our water treatment facilities, that's a reasonable strategy. But putting it out on Wilson Town Road, where my little flower farm is, ain't gonna happen in my lifetime or anybody else's. And it shouldn't.
And it shouldn't, exactly.
But Jim makes a good point. You know, this document is really healthy for these conversations. Every 5 years, it kind of forces us to put this together and come up with these communication opportunities. But the connection with the land use agencies and the counties, very important.
Yeah, we'll be touching back on this on the urban water management plan. A back of the envelope analysis that I did, there's approximately 50,000 parcels in the NID service area. Approximately 25,000 are either treated water or raw water customers currently. So there's 25,000 parcels out there that may or may not have a latent demand onto the NID system at some point in time.
Yeah, I looked at that myself, and, there's a lot of those parcels that are simply, for issues of topography and geography and geology are simply probably never gonna be able to be served.
Right.
Right, and so, so I'm always concerned about our assumptions, like, oh my gosh, there's 25,000 extra parcels, we have to put those into our demand numbers, and the answer is no, not really. We have to be more selective about those parcels and understand that we have, we need to concentrate.
Which is why we talk about our soft service areas.
Yeah.
That's when we look at, okay, off of this canal, topography, et cetera, it's reasonable that these parcels could be served by the canal
Right.
relatively easily, whereas you're right, there are certain areas that,
It's just not gonna happen.
no. And that's where that soft service comes in terms of our estimations of potential demand based on those soft service areas that these had a somewhat reasonable opportunity to be able to connect. Whether they do or not is,
Yeah, I just took
Still process.
exception in the document, and so I'm glad you brought that up, Jim, that like 25,000 unserved parcels, like, well, yeah, but not all those 25,000 are ever gonna be served by NID water.
Right.
Because, for all the reasons we know, right?
And it does go to Greg's point that we have what we have, and so we can't, it's a finite universe. And so, I mean, we have to find out where that universe is. But
Well, that's why when I was on the planning commission, I would have these discussions like, well, we got the land use agency that's just making the general plan and approving projects, and then they just go, oh yeah, run to NID, get a letter that says they'll serve you. And, there's no kind of overarching, although I'm hoping LAFCO will teach me more about that, but there's no overarching thing to say, well, how does this impact the overall service, your overall supply, and, there's, that planning piece hasn't, in my view, has really not come together, but it needs to.
Right,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Yeah.
And there is some of that, but it's limited, right? In the SB 16, when you talk about developments that are over a certain size, they have to do a water analysis that goes through and ultimately gets
Right, but
dealt with through the board. But the smaller ones, which is typically what we're at up here, aren't gonna fall into that particular.
That's right, because we normally just get onesie-twosies. We
Right,
get 4 splits, 3 splits.
10 lot splits or.
Right, and
relatively
we don't have big developments for
Correct.
exactly the reason that we just talked about, because of topography, and geology, and so on. And so, and not to mention economics. So, on the builder's side, we want to, ours is very unique. Our system is very unique.
And I'd like to add that we shouldn't be speculating on where we think growth will occur. Like that Penn Valley, we put millions of dollars into a pipeline out there, and I heard that we put in 187 stub-outs for people on wells to hook up to treated water, and 3 years later, no one's hooked up. And so, we have to figure out where is real, we need to, it goes to coordinating more closely with the land use agencies to really know where is there going to be real development.
Okay. Any more questions? Mr.
I'll
Crowley?
have some more later, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next page.
I agree with Director Heck, and that's why I said may or may not have an impact on NID demands, but I think definitely better understanding. And I've done that type of analysis for other entities where you parcel out masks based on slope of topography, north facing topography, soil types and things like that. But there's, it's not 25,000 parcels that are going to want to come on, but it's probably not zero either. And so, doing some more analysis to understand that, I think would be very beneficial. Okay, climate change impacts. So the information provided in the ag plan builds off of the climate change modeling that was done and presented last fall, I think, by HDR. And so those findings are presented here. The potential impacts of those climate change assumptions, are will different crops start to trend out or trend in, much like Dustin was talking about, cotton versus almonds. People will respond and perhaps plant different crops, or just maybe get out of the game altogether. But we know that our wildfire and catastrophic wildfire events and effects have been increasing during this these drought times. So those are local impacts that have been talked about. Then we also have the statewide issues to worry about. NID's got a whole ton of storage and a whole ton of water, and the other places in the state that may be in a drought, but NID isn't. We saw in past droughts where mandatory cutbacks and curtailments have been applied to everyone in order to move that water or make that water available to others in the state. So those events may become more frequent. And then I have this, once again, the private groundwater users may need to become NID customers if their private wells go dry. Okay, so the Ag Water Use Efficiency Program, there are 2 mandated measures that must be implemented, which is the water measurement and the volumetric pricing structure that NID is already doing. NID will continue to implement 11 of the other measures that are mentioned, pending available budgets. The conditional measure that's mentioned in the guidelines and the statute that NID is not implementing is the financing and paying for on-farm irrigation and efficiency programs. That's not being implemented due to it's not cost effective for NID to spend that money. So in the plan states that NID will continue to implement these measures as one of the few forward-looking statute requirements for the plan. Okay, then we move to supporting documentation. There's various, excuse me?
We have 2 questions, Jim. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Okay. Hi, Jim. So is table 6.2 pretty much table 3.1 out of the water supply analysis? So you just took out the projected watershed runoff during historical 5-year drought?
Correct.
Okay.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Well, table 6.2 and is taking one element out of tables 3.1 of the water supply analysis.
Right.
So we have an average year runoff of 383,500 acre feet, whereas the average for these 5 years was 166,640 acre feet.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the historical one, right? This 5 years that you see on table 2 is actual historical years, 80, I think it was 87 through 91.
So I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, but new information indicates we're in about a 20-year drought in California right now, or Western United States. Was that factored in at all? Now, it's interspersed with wet years, but they're really seeing accumulative effects of the drought, and the last 3 months have gotten severe, extreme drought effects.
So the information that used to develop those PMs was historical data that we've had for the last 30 plus years, 40 years.
But speaking to forecasted and future efforts, I think that's why this Ag Water Management Plan is spelling out that you must do a water supply forecast every year and take that to your board.
Right.
And they want you to project that out. So they are proactively incorporating those future look forwards in these documents, and I think even more so in the urban plan when we get there.
Laura.
One of the things I noticed is, the HR actually did a tech memo, as a part of the planning last year. So these notes, this table is from, I think it was alternative 1 or 2, that they did. And they took it, but they only looked at the period of record from 1980 to 2011. And this was in 2020. And we know that the 2014, 15, 16 period was much more severe, but we didn't look at that data. And I'm not sure why, but it might be worth looking at that data, to see.
And to tag with that, there's anecdotal, water measurements from Penn Valley showing this is the driest year in the last 30. last year was right with it.
Right. It is getting dry, and so the way that the tech memos and that whole process went forward, they initially had taken the 5 absolute worst drought years we ever had, and back to back from fifth to first, and so,
Correct.
and, you know, and we thought, well, that's pretty dramatic. And so then we asked them to go back, and because the state only wants you to do the 5-year sequence that includes the worst year.
That was just an option. They didn't specify how you develop your own drought. That, per agency requirement, was just a suggestion in the guidebook. So we used those 2 suggestions, and those were the 2
And that's what
being,
these 2 documents were.
correct.
And so it's a crystal ball. I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen with it, so we do need to make sure that we understand our assumptions and document why we picked what we picked. And so when we pick it up in 5 years and say, oh, this was our thinking at the time, instead of just, well, that's what's said. So that's my point, but go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, Director Heck.
Thank you. So for whoever wants to answer, on page 15 of the slides here, it says NID will continue to implement 11 conditional measures pending available budget. What are those 11 conditional measures? And then to tag on that, in the actual AWMP draft on page 45, at the top of the page, it lists, several things.
That's 6 on there.
Yeah, it's got a few of them on there, and so I have, the other question is, are these in fact ongoing, and what has been done, but what are the 11 that we're agreeing to do here that is referenced in your slide?
That page 53, according to the table of contents of the plan.
It starts
Yeah.
at 49.
7-1.
Yeah, table 2 is on page 52.
Okay, wait a minute, now you guys.
It's on page 49.
7-1, yeah.
If I'm looking at page 45,
It's 49.
52 of the document.
Yeah,
It is 52.
Yeah.
52.
So, yeah, so section 7 is the water use efficiency information section, which is what you're referencing there. And so table 7-1 identifies some of the things that we have been doing.
So I believe the question is, if there's 11 referenced, why does this table have 14?
Yeah, it's a 14 on it.
Right, and so what are we saying about what are we doing and what are we going to continue to do? This is the plan
okay.
document, well, right?
Yeah. The table 7-1, I think we're all looking at that, or we were referencing it. The numbers correspond to the number that it's given in the guidebook. It's not sequential. You'll see that number 3 is not there. Number 8 is not there, and number 10 is not there. There's 11 of those conditional measures listed in this table.
But there's actually 13 of them between page 49 and 51.
Yeah, so we've got descriptions of things, then we've got a table, and then we've got, so there's different numbers, and it'd be just really great if we would identify what all of these are and be consistent.
So Jim,
Okay, we can do that.
within the document, within the guidelines, do these specific items have some further definition
Yeah.
that might help define what they are?
Well, starting on page 49, it does.
There you go.
It does give the additional description.
We can add the numbers to them.
But there's 13 between 49 and 51.
Right, and so like even in that table, 7-1, the first item, water measurement completed. Well, what does that actually mean? Water measurement, how? I mean, I heard Chip say we measure what goes in and we know what comes out. Is that our method of measurement, or are we gonna, what are we saying about that?
So,
So-
Jim, correct me if I'm wrong here, but basically what they want to see is that you have a method of measuring your delivery to every customer. And we have that in place.
Okay,
And we have that in place with our raw water service outlet boxes and our orders.
right.
And the customers that don't have that, they have a different type of delivery, but it's all measured. Essentially, that's what the state wants to see, is you have a way of measuring your delivery to your customers. A meter, essentially.
And they're happy with the little wooden box with a hole in it?
They probably don't tell us that, what they're happy with and what they're not. In a perfect world, we'd like to have a more accurate measuring,
Yeah.
right? And
I would
I
too.
don't think anyone would disagree with you there. The fact of the matter is, how do you change our infrastructure to do that in a cost-effective manner that people can still afford our water? That becomes the real struggle.
Or have priorities, setting priorities.
So we've had the miner's inch standard with the orifice plate in use for nearly 100 years.
Right.
And we continue on. There are other alternatives, but they are costly.
And it's an accurate measurement, but it's not a consumptive or a totalizing number right here. That's the differential.
That's right.
You can get pretty confident
Yeah,
that
we
the
know
amount of
what
water
they're
going through it.
contracting for, but we
How
don't know
much
what
they're actually
being
using
demanded.
throughout the season is
That's
the
right.
part that it lacks. That's where it's weak.
I think it's such a big issue, though, because, you know, anecdotally, if not factually, I think the general perspective is that there's a mentality of buy it or lose it. And I think in past history, some years, NID in their billing statement said that if you curtail your water, it's not guaranteed that you can increase in the future. And people that is now embedded in people's DNA. And so this issue of overbuying and buying for the future. I've talked to so many customers that say, oh, you know, I think I use more like a half an inch, but I buy 3 because maybe the future owner wants to irrigate a pasture that we have here. But that's just kind of, and the ag community, I think, is using their water. What they buy is what they use. But there's this whole math that, so I think, you know, if we look seriously at major investments in the district, that this is something that should be on the plate for at least understanding the scope and magnitude. Because if we don't do that, if we don't have more accurate measurement, then we have to build storage capacity for this kind of, yeah.
Well, I can appreciate that, and maybe I ought to clarify that. We don't know overall usage on individual customers. We know what they purchase, we know what we set their meter to. Where we do know fairly accurately what our demand is we measure every head gate and every delivery into our system. So we do know what our true demand is. We just don't know down to the individual customer how much they totalize throughout the year.
So Chip,
do you track that?
walk through an example. I think pick a ditch.
Yeah.
I would imagine you've got a ditch tender at the top of the system, and then checking the bottom of the system, and they see they're running short. So just walk through what physically they would see.
But I want to add into that is what the customer's actually buying. So what are we buying? Because what you put into the system is based on what comes out, right? So you have what you buy, you have what you put in, and you have what goes out. So I'd like to know what goes in, what is bought, as well as what you said, Dustin.
So I appreciate that, and we do track all of those things.
Okay?
Okay, so for instance, on the, let's say the Cascade Canal, we actually have a meter we can measure the water going into that canal. We know how much water we're putting into that canal to feed the 6 customers along the upper stretch of that cascade. We also can measure what's coming out at the end. Those numbers, quite frankly, aren't ever going to match because sometimes people purchase more than they use, right? But what the district is concerned about is what's our overall demand? How much water have we put in that canal every year separate from the purchases? That's what we need to know. That's what we need to track so that we can ensure we have enough supply for the future, right? So hopefully that makes a little more sense. I can tell you that we compare those numbers. We have compared them for like the last 6 years. And there was some thought that the district was selling more water than we were putting into the system because people were buying extra amounts and not using it. Well, I can tell you we tracked that, and we are finding that is not true. We are actually putting in more water than is being purchased by our customer base. Part of it's due to loss, part of it is due to the tailwaters going out and leaving the system. So it makes some sense, but I just wanted to squash that theory that there was some people that believed we were selling more than we were actually putting out.
Could we have a chance to see those numbers? Because this is a really important issue in talking to stakeholders, because I have not heard people perceiving that we're selling more than we are actually delivering.
Right.
It's more that people are buying and not using.
Yes.
But it's helpful to be able to talk about that, and I mean, I'd like to say, hey, I saw the data, and it shows that here's what's been bought, we put that amount in the system, we have these losses, we have tailwater, and the use. So part of, I guess a way to look at it is part of what we buy includes tailwater, and loss, that's, or.
You mean as a customer?
Yes.
That you buy?
Yes, because it considers that.
If you don't use it, that's just, you bought that allotment. And we have to ensure through our inflow and our WDOs checking the system that water is available whenever you decide to turn your spigot on.
Okay, so that's not actually my question. So a different way to frame it is, based on what you said, Greg, is the amount that goes into the canal is the amount all people on that canal have purchased, plus an amount for tailwater, plus an amount for seepage, so the 15% and, okay.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
All right.
And I would assume, Chip, that our folks in the field are trained, they're watching tailwater, and if it's excessive, they're gonna go to the top of the system and turn it down. Or if it's running low, they're gonna turn it up. You don't want over too much tailwater, because that's potentially a waste, right? So the folks in the field, I'm making an assumption here, but this is I would imagine they're trained to do that. They're watching that tailwater to make sure it's just enough, because you've got people turning on and off, and you don't want it running short, because then potentially somebody's gonna want water that's not gonna be there. On the other hand, you don't want too much tailwater, because that's potentially, a waste system. So it's always this kind of game where they're watching the level of the canal. They're in the aggregate, the customers are turning on and off, but we want to make sure we're efficient, at the aggregate level.
Yeah, I think an example of that is at the beginning of the irrigation season, April 15th, we do not come even close to our maximum flows, and that's because our distribution operators are doing just that. They're monitoring the head and the end. And they know, okay, it's April, it's early, not everyone's using their full allotment yet. We don't need to put as much water in, and we don't. But come August, man, everybody's using, the ends are getting dry, we're ramping up.
Yeah.
So we do try to real-time monitor it and keep it as tight as we can, but given the size of our system, there's a little lag in there, but we do the best we can.
Yeah.
Director Peters.
Okay, yeah, so if that's the case, if we know exactly how much water we're putting in the system.
Yeah.
Total. Why are we using the ordered water instead of the actual water?
Well, you'll see both in this document. We use both, because, and Jim, this is where you might want to jump in, but it depends on the question that EWR is asking. What's your overall demand in your budget? Well, that's overall water we put into the system. What's being purchased is obviously its own number. So it depends on the question as it comes from the guidance document. And Jim, you want to jump in there and
Tell us where that is.
tell us why we would use different numbers in different tables?
Demand is demand.
You need to unmute yourself, Jim.
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Okay, I said a bunch of really good stuff. For the reason that Chip gave, there are DWR has identified specific tables that we need to fill out and enter the data, and these are the specific parameters that they're asking for these in these tables.
Can you give an example, Jim, of where we would use the purchased allotment versus total demand? Does that,
So the purchased allotment, we end up using that in the water budget calculation for the evapotranspiration estimate. For the water loss, since we base that on percent of total water into the canal, then we use that total water into the canal.
I didn't understand that.
Go ahead, Jim.
Which part, the whole thing, or?
Point me to a table, like on table 3.1, it says agricultural, and I think this should be raw water use, because it's not, we don't only provide agricultural water, we provide raw water. But it says surface water, agricultural supplier delivered surface water. Is that the actual number in the canal? And then
see the footnote on that one, on that particular table?
purchase amount.
There you go. There you go.
So where is one that shows what was actually, where does it show the amount of water that was actually put in the canal?
That's with regards to the losses. So what table would that be, Jim?
Okay, hold on. We're
Yes.
Table 3.6 at the top, total canal diversion. There's your total into the system.
And also, when we're doing the water balance in Chapter 5, Table 5.1, that's measured water diverted into the canal.
So can we go, just, so the 152 is put into the system,
Correct.
22,000, almost 23,000 is lost.
Based on that 15%. So it's just the
Okay.
basic 15% aggregated throughout the system.
So then we have 130,000 left, and the amount purchased is the 109. So does that mean we have 21,000 in tailwater?
That's 23,000 in tailwater. Water loss, deep evaporation spill from table 3.6.
I'm taking total canal diversion minus
you're
water
comparing.
loss equals 130,000. But on table 3.1, it says surface water delivered is 109. So what's the difference between the 130 and the 109?
That 109 is the purchase. Right. Yeah.
109 is purchased.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But on table 3.6, it says canal diversion, 152. So we just said that's the amount that's going into the canal. It's then subtracting out water loss, 22,942. That equals about 130,000.
Yeah, and see how variable that number is when you compare those two charts. So you're comparing 2020, and you're right,
Correct.
there's a big difference there. If you go back to 2019, you'll see the number is a little bit tighter. And some of that is because just what you mentioned earlier. Folks have purchased that allotment, and they're not always using it all. In 2020, we found usage was very, very high, especially late in the season, because it's so dry and hot that it really affects that delta. And there was a lot more usage in 2020 than there was in previous years. So people were utilizing more of what they purchased in 2020.
Okay.
So it totally affects that delta.
But that's the way to look at it. Those are the charts to show what went into the canal at an aggregate level, what went in, what was lost, and then a nexus between those two, which is presumably tailwater, right?
Yes, and we're also tracking tailwater as best we can. All of those will conglomerate together to make our budget.
And some environmental flows as well.
Could be theft, could it also be theft?
Oh, yeah, what about that?
Yeah, the theft and additional usage, all that plays a role. Environmental flows, are we counting
Oh,
that
yeah.
into the canal?
No, I got you.
But environmental flows, there are some environmental flows that are counted because, Department of Fish and Wildlife makes purchase the cruise system, so we have backed that out of
Okay,
purchased amounts.
okay. That's helpful,
So
thank
you think in 2020 people use more than the purchased amount?
No, I think people finally actually
Used all their water they bought.
whereas in years past they had not.
Well, their allotment was 109,000,
Correct.
so they're still at 20,000 above 109,000.
Right, but so it means either our losses are higher, or there's
Yeah,
some delta in
some
there
delta.
that.
Keep in mind, it was a very dry year.
Yes, there was.
High ET, a lot of wind, hot, very hot summer.
Yep.
Duties were up, so.
And we had a very large increase in fall and winter water in that as well, so.
So those are up, what,
Yeah.
municipal in this use?
Yes.
Okay, and then,
That was up.
and then is this annual and not just during the,
This is annual.
This is an annual, okay.
And also, there's slight fluctuations in our canal, just because how we operate, right? So 6 inches of head pressure today, tomorrow you may have 6.5 or 7. So maybe a little bit more water squeezes out of your orifice while you're using it on that day versus a different day, depending on how we check things up. They try to do as best they can,
Sure.
but there are slight wobbles in the system just as our demands change that can also impact.
And just
It's just a
anecdotally,
real squishy number, right?
when it's dry and hot, and the canal goes dry and we don't get to use it.
Yeah.
How much did the district save that day? Because I've had numerous, I mean, that's just funny, that's all. Director Johansson has a question.
You gotta put me on speed dial for those days.
Yeah.
Everybody else does.
But to clarify, what happened in 2020 was we had rains in April, we had rains in May.
Yeah.
So irrigator like me, I mitigated my situation because we put in about a 4.5 acre pond that we collect NID water into and we pump out of the pond. So we were using very little NID water April, May. Starting getting into June, we're pumping and we're starting to open up the box. And come July, we have the box full open. August, September, it's dry. We take it every amount of water we can get because the pond is starting to go down. We're starting to work into that reserve. So at that point, we need every single miner's inch we buy. And then in October it gets a little cooler, but still dry. So our goal then is to keep that pond full for fire protection and for any irrigation we might need later on. Now this winter, we drew that pond down because no more runoff, no more NID water after October 15th. But Antonio drew it down over half, just irrigating winter crops.
Yeah, it was extremely dry and hot October, November.
Yeah. And so that's how it works. That's why, 6 miners inches is about perfect, but without that pond, we might run into trouble.
Right.
Because that helps give us a little buffer.
Director Heck has a question.
I do, thank you. So in the actual report, okay, and I was really interested on page 29, and it goes over to page 30, where it outlines, the various crop data, and everything else is quantified in acre feet, and this says how many acres are, under irrigation in these various crop types. And I'm wondering if we know, or if the data might be available to get an acre foot measurement also for these same crop types, because then you go total irrigated acres is 32,323, and I've been trying to come up with, so what does that equal in terms of acre feet?
Feet of water.
Huh?
Acre feet of water.
Yeah, acre feet of water.
Per
Yeah.
each individual crop type?
Well, first of all, it would be really interesting to understand which have the higher or lower, whatever their acre foot demands are. But then overall, we've got 32,000 feet 32,000 acre feet. I'm sorry, 32,000 acres. Irrigated acres, and what does that translate to in terms of acre feet?
And we have that. It's just not asked for in this report, but we do know what that is.
Well, I figured you did, but I just was curious, because I've been trying to do all this math, I've been doing math and, all this stuff, trying to figure it all out, and
It's way too hard.
I think, and it's way too hard for me, so I just thought, it'll be simpler if I
We
did
can
that.
give that information to you, but the DWR does not ask for it in that format, but we do have that.
Uh-huh.
We do have that.
It's fascinating to me, because I'd love to know, what crops, I mean, intuitively, I can kind of guess, but it's interesting, but I'm also wondering if that information would be helpful to our ag producers. Like, if you choose to plant berries, you're gonna need X amount of water versus you have plums. I mean, I don't know.
Versus irrigated pasture.
Versus irrigated pasture, which is enormous.
And depending on where you're at within our district too, right, makes a
Right.
difference in how much
Sure,
water you
yeah,
need
if
to be
you're
able to do it.
in Lincoln, down in
All
Laura's
over the place.
division down there, you're gonna need a lot more water for your irrigated pasture than the beer wagon.
Director Johansson.
So University Cooperative Extension has that, so UC has that
I'm sure
information
it's available.
per crop.
I just
And
wonder
it's
why
online, just
we
look it
didn't
up.
have it. It would just be cool to have it.
So I have a question on 3.2, and it's the last sentence, is that, future environmental flows due to pending federal and state regulatory requirements will be different.
Yes.
Could be a little stronger.
Oh, he thinks it should be stronger, that's what he said.
But I know it's not, in this document, we're not going to elaborate about that, but in Plan for Water, we will.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, correct, that's where it's gonna come into play.
Okay.
Look at. Because these are the flows that are required, obviously, that we're showing.
Who came up with different?
We'll blame Jim.
HDR, just right there.
They will be.
They may be more.
They're just not saying how much.
As well.
Director Peters.
Yeah, looking at table, 3.2 on page 30, the last item on it is ponds, and it says there's only 12 acres of ponds noted in the district, and then I looked on my, crop, what's that document you send out, Chip,
The change form?
change form? There's no pond on it, and I know that in my division, ponds, everyone in the world is building ponds. I mean, there are ponds going in everywhere.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that's a good comment. A lot of folks build ponds, though, to buffer their irrigation, much like Rich has stated. So that we wouldn't classify their water use as being solely for a pond, we would classify their use for being watering whatever crop they want to grow. To your point, though, maybe we ought to include, are you using our water just for a pond? Not sure that's 100% supported in our water right use, but that's something we can dig into.
Yeah, because if we would put how many acres of pond, we'd add it as one of the items, as a pond, because ponds take a lot of water, ponds leak and ponds.
Well, but they provide surface storage.
And they provide surface storage, and so it seems like that's a valuable number to know, how many acres of ponds we have.
Okay.
So in our annual crop report, there is a category of ponds that people check.
Not on mine.
Not on the change form, but in the original crop, acreage.
But that individual would have to,
Yeah, but people
we'd have to
build,
clarify whether that's for, like you say, irrigated use and to use in the future, or is it purely for aesthetical recreation type of?
why does it matter, what's the difference?
Because our water rights spell out what our consumptive uses should be for. So because they're old water rights, they include things like mining but one of them is agricultural, but it doesn't say for aesthetics and ponds. It's not really a recreational. Water use is included on some. Firefighting is included on some pre-14s, but really, it's very specific on what we're supposed to be using our water for. And just filling ponds is generally not one of them. So it gets a little tricky.
And that would be an education component to a customer if we put something
Yeah.
unique and nuanced into this, but your point's taken, I think.
And as we move into a water rights discussion that I know is coming, we can fill you in on all those.
We need a water rights
details.
Director Hall.
Thank you. So, on page 7, you say that over the past 5 years, the district averaged approximately 20 new ag customers per year. And I wondered if we might, I'm sure you know the average amount of water that represented, and that would be helpful for our planning purposes, to know not just new customers, but then the volume of water purchased. And then on page 15, there is a table, 211, that has the estimated level of accuracy. So could you please clarify that? I'm sure it doesn't mean that it's 5 to 12% accurate.
Yeah.
Are you looking at table 211?
211, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Table 211, sorry, I'm on page 11.
Yeah, so, for instance, the, ones that say flow meter, we know how accurate those devices are based on the manufacturer's specifications and recommendations, and we go out and physically field check and calibrate those on a regular basis, which gets us within that 2 to 5% range of accuracy for that particular device.
So maybe the header could be a little bit more clarifying, because I said there is no way the level of accuracy of 5 to 12% implies to me that that's how accurate it is, 5 to 12%, versus you're saying the level of inaccuracy is 5 to 12%, or the level of accuracy is 88 to 95%.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that is a good point.
And that an uncontrolled flume will have a 5 to 12% accuracy. Uncontrolled implies
Uncontrolled, so it's like a rated channel section? So it's like a rated channel section that you can then develop a curve off of that in terms of the flow versus the elevation. Versus a partial flume, which is a control, right? It forces it into the smaller throat, then you make the measurement. Same with the orifice plate. Yeah. Uncontrolled is wild.
Okay.
And I have one question to take off of Karen's question about the 20 new customers a year. So, do we know how many? Because I've looked at the farm gate delivery things, and they stay very stable over all the years. And so, if we're adding customers, we added 100 customers since the last report, and the volume hasn't gone up any.
Right.
That means people must be dropping off as well.
Correct.
Do we know how many are dropping off? I mean, it would be an interesting number to know how many we're losing, at the same time how many we're gaining, so we can see what that delta is.
I agree, and what you'll see coming at the next board meeting in our KPIs, key performance indicators, is we're graphing that, we're charting it, and you guys will be privy to that information once a month. At one board meeting a month, we will get that information.
Yeah. And it'll be helpful in our rate discussion as well, because I know in my division, the small farmers, the small people are trying to make money in agriculture, the water's pricing them out, and so then people come in for lifestyle, or whatever, and so, the use is changing because of all that. So I'm curious to see what the trends are in using them.
Yes, absolutely. And just off the top of my head, we have increased in total customers, absolutely. We have seen a lot of existing customers cut back. Not that they have become non-customers, they've just cut back in the total usage.
Okay.
Well, so in a look forward, then, the way I was, so my question follows all of that. So are you also saying that we will see 20 new customers a year for the next 5 years, meaning 100 new agricultural customers? Then the question is, what demand will those people have, and what kind of guesstimates we can make as the demand on the system?
Right.
And I guess there may not be an answer, but it's like, wow, 100 new agricultural customers in the next 5 years? That seems huge to me.
Well, and that's where I think the plan for water discussion really gets to dive into that, and gets to dive into our soft service areas and areas where we think really you could get some new customers, but these other places it's just not feasible. And is 20 customers a year, is that going to project out forever? Probably not, but we get to go into those details in that plan for water discussion. Keep in mind, this document's kind of looking at what we experienced over the last 5 years.
Yeah, but it also says we're going to be, somewhere in here, there's several places where it talks about, and use this for the next 5 years, right? So if what we're planning on is 20 new customers per year, what does that volume equate to?
Right. But it also goes back to the discussion that Laura just brought up. Yes, we're bringing on 20 new, but the overall volume really isn't increasing exponentially because other folks are either being more efficient or cutting back. So
So
we gotta analyze all of that.
Well, it seems like that ought to be a third column there then, because this makes, when I first read this, I was like, oh my heavens, that's a huge amount of growth. But if what's really happening is people are dropping off, that there should be some metric that would say, this is what it was, and this is, this is the impact, because otherwise, it looks like it's a huge impact.
Sure. And what table were you at?
Sure, it's, table 2-2 on page 7.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And that new customers include ones that, when moratoriums are listed, right? So it's not necessarily these new demand areas, it's folks that have been sitting there waiting for the water for
Yeah, but it's
X
still
number
a
of years,
demand on
et
the
cetera.
system. If they don't have water now, and now the moratorium is lifted, they're still gonna have a demand on the system.
Correct, but it's not necessarily a whole bunch of new folks that are way far away from our canal that are now suddenly connecting. In terms of that demand discussion that we have in the future, right?
Put a little more bracketing or a little more definition to that.
Okay.
Chris?
Director Johnson?
Yeah, and also how many miners inches?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I said, yeah.
Tracking.
What is it?
Yeah,
How many
we had that, we're looking
Because-
for, I think,
Okay.
Director Hull asked for an average or something, but we can do an average and a total based on that, which obviously changes
So in the last,
on who it is.
last week, just in 7 days, 3 people contacted me for, one wanted 15 miners inches more, one wanted 5 more miners inches, all for farming, and then got a representative of a group that wants quite a bit more, but scattered throughout the county. So the demand is there.
Sure.
And we'll just recognize it and plan for
And
water.
that's an existing customer with more demand versus a new customer.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, Mr. Crowley. I know you only have one more page to go, but we're not getting there, so.
I think it's safe to ask for questions.
Yeah, we're at questions.
I think we're there.
You already asked that question, do a little more.
Right here is my last slide, so we'll take that 5 minutes.
I was hoping we could get to that before we had the break. but We gotta have a break.
There it is.
So you want 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your line?
Okay, we're back in session, workshop concerning the ag water management plan. Jim, were you finished? I wasn't quite sure whether you finished with the last page or not.
I am done. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and you're gonna hang around?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Director Hall has a question.
A couple. On pages 44 and 45, we talk about identification of the water management objectives, and we have a lot of investigations going on. And that may be the language that we want to use, but I couldn't help but want to have more action-oriented with a result, something like evaluate and implement, so that it's going to result more in something. On page 48. So we talked about this under the climate change impacts, and it kind of implies that we are going to be responsible for serving those 25,000 parcels and failed wells in the district. And I don't feel comfortable with that as kind of a statement. I don't think it's feasible, and or that we haven't really understood. Maybe we don't understand what the implications are. It just seems that the implication here is that we're setting forth on strategies that are going to serve that outcome. And to me, that's not necessarily the case.
On that, if I could just comment on that, Chip, do we have any data on how many folks might fall in that category over the past 5 years, for instance, that lost their well hooked up to NID? Is there any, nothing like that?
We don't really track that.
I would suspect, seat of the pants, it's not a huge number, but it is a factor.
There are some in my division, and I know some in Laura's division as well.
Right, well, there are in all of our divisions.
And it was a higher number during the drought, obviously.
Right.
We had a lot of wells going bad, people
Right.
were reaching out to us. But what we run into more often than not is that we don't have the infrastructure to support those remote locations.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
Or its distance is too great from a main line.
But your
I agree with
comment, your
Laura.
question, Karen, is more in line of this sentence. I see it as this last sentence in the second paragraph sort of indicates that if the wells fail, these residents, stating in the affirmative, will need to connect
Yes.
to
Exactly.
our water system.
Exactly.
Maybe somehow softening that
Yeah.
as the structure allows, or something
Exactly.
maybe soften that so it's not, somebody can look back on it and say, look, you said that it would connect.
Right.
And I'm 7.5 miles over hill and dale from the nearest water source. My well's dry and I become.
Right.
Bring your
So if I may-
bring your pipe down the hill.
If I may just jump in here, just may or may not be helpful information, but, if a landowner is in our district, they have a right to service. They don't necessarily have a right to service on the district's dime.
Right.
But if somebody is over hill and dale and says, I want service, and I'm willing to pay that amount, we owe them. They have a right to service if they're within the district. So, just be careful if you want to wordsmith this language to recognize that the economic dynamic, which I think is what you're kind of hitting on, that's one thing. But if the customer says, no, I'm ready to fund that, and I'm gonna pay for it, then there is this service obligation that we as a district have.
I'm happy if they want to pay
Yeah.
for it.
But then that gets into that overall future demand discussion,
Sure.
right?
Mm-hmm.
How much of that is really realistic, and that's the soft service areas and some of those different things to have that.
Yes, we know customers right now don't want to pay $30,000, so they're surely not going to be paying millions to get the water transported. But anyway,
To Justin's point, that if they're in our they're in our service territory. We are collecting taxes on that particular parcel, if they're not in an annex, in a outside service territory zone. So, we can look at this and soften it up, I think, in terms of, but making sure that it doesn't specifically say you will extend the service to them at your time.
Right.
So, shall is,
Shall easier.
no,
Shall's
harder.
Yeah, sorry.
Absolute would be worse, probably.
May.
Like there's so many.
May, yeah.
3 or 4.
So,
Okay,
further on in that paragraph, or in that page, the paragraph starts in addition, paragraph 5. It talks about hydropower generation, which provides significant revenue to the district, blah, blah, blah. That paragraph, it also talks about decrease in revenue because of impacts to climate change, impacts of climate change. And so this, to me, just reiterates a comment that we have made as board members about the need to have an analysis of hydro. It's just so critical. And when we see these statements being written, but we don't have actually, as part of our planning efforts, to my knowledge, we don't have a plan related to these impacts of the FERC relicensing, of climate change, et cetera. I just reiterate the request to put that on our plate.
So you're not necessarily asking it to be addressed here in the document, right? That's just the general statement.
that's a good point.
Yeah, general
I agree.
question. And then my last comment is on page 50, and it talks about infrastructure improvements. And again, this may be something you say is not appropriate for the plan itself, but I was curious. We say that we have spent $40 million on encasement and realignment of district lines, but in recent years. How many years are we talking about? And then, I don't know how much different encasement versus canal realignment is, but it seems that they have a different outcome, with encasement resulting in increased water efficiency potentially and water savings, but I don't know. But I wondered, what a little bit more detail on that. And then, so we say recent budgets have allocated over $1 million. I guess that goes back to that other chart then in this document where it had how those expenditures were used.
Yeah, we have a programmatic budget, and within the engineering department's budget, there's the one programmatic budget, which is raw water improvement. And that's what this is referencing, is that is a number that we budget on an annual basis for encasements, improvements, lining, et cetera, within the raw water system.
I just thought it would be nice to note those things.
We struggled with that one a little bit because in the last, so back to your time period question, this is the last 5 years. So that's what that time span is referencing. The last document has the encasement or the piping of the Bandon Cascade Canal, which was a huge project, right? And so those costs were captured. This one has the Combi Phase 1, which is in itself, what, a $27 million project. So the number is very big because we had 2 very big projects.
Yeah.
And we can definitely highlight those and be more specific if you're interested in that. But the next 5-year window may not have such a large number.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. You know, and the other general observation I have is I thought that the state is looking for us to say how much water is actually saved through our efforts, and I didn't see that here. And so I may have misunderstood what the state was intending in the process, but is that an inaccurate perception on my part? And if no, that the state does want to see what your water savings is, how might we integrate that? Can we integrate that?
That is a great question, and I do think that's what the state is after. When you take, for instance, the Combi Phase 1 canal, the pipe job that we're embarking on right now, that is one section of the canal where we may actually be able to quantify the reduction in losses, because we were measuring every joint how much leakage we had over the years. But generally speaking, on a canal, when you only shotcrete or pipe a small section, it's virtually impossible to know what your actual savings are from doing just a small section, because you're not measuring it before versus after, per se.
Yeah, other than taking a stab at a percentage, right? If you encased or lined 2% of a 2-mile canal, that's X amount that gets reduced in terms of the 15% loss. I mean, you can do that math, but there's not a lot of data and information behind that. It's more of a guesstimation.
Yeah.
So that segues to my idea, if you're done, Karen.
Yes, I am, thanks.
What if, because this whole discussion about loss to sea beach and how much the customer is actually using, the idea, because I visited one of these recently where the ditches in United, up just a short, maybe 100 feet section. What if we took an old leaky ditch we knew about leaking and did a pilot project or a study on a small scale where we let it run leak for a year and then encased it as one experiment, and the other would be to then measure the customers off of that ditch and see if we can come up with some little data. Because, 21,000 acre-feet of water is a lot of water, and I did the math here, depending on what we sell it for, right? And I don't know what it costs to encase it, to gunite a ditch. That's probably very expensive per mile. I don't know what that is. But
We got some basic information in the document. I think it was like $125,000
Minimum,
for
minimum.
125,000 per mile.
Yeah.
shop.
Minimum.
All right.
Right.
But,
And there's other
that was my idea, because we're kind of shooting in the dark on both of those, and given the nature of the conserving water going forward, this is an area we could be targeting and see. I have no crystal ball to know, but it was just an idea. It's not pertinent to this discussion, but it certainly.
Well, I think it is, right? I think that's part of what this document, and developing this document is telling us, is that we need to start looking at getting better data so that as we move forward, we can start to narrow this stuff down and get a better feel for where the different components are in terms of our water demand numbers are.
And not unlike the vegetation management, the study or the research. I call it our own research.
And every time that we bring the budgets, now that we have an in-depth study of this, looking at it in a little different angle for our overall annual budget, when we come to the budget table in the summertime looking for next year, we can say, hey, what's our annual investment in raw water conservation for tailwater systems or whatever, and let's have a conversation about how we prioritize any one of these 11 opportunities within an annual budget, because we state here that they're, on 7-1, they're kind of our annual budgeting process. How much NID are we budgeting for on an annual basis, and what's our priority?
Develop a plan,
Program around
a
it.
program that we're gonna spread out over the next 5 or 10 years to do that, right? We're gonna spend $200,000 a year just on that type of measurement stuff, right? And slowly get that in there versus trying to say we're gonna do it all within a 1 or 2 year cycle, which could kill your budget,
Right.
for that interim.
No, specifically encasing ditches, and I don't know, there's probably a ditch out there that ditch tenders know we're losing the 30% rather than the 15%. And it's not been a case because it's not impacting any immediate neighbor or landowner.
They encase them as they need.
What's that?
And I will think, I'll add to that and say that I appreciate the comment, and the fact that we now know we need to track this, may give us the opportunity to start tracking, okay, this is how much that canal used pre-project. Okay, here's how much it uses post-project. Did the customers change? No. Okay, here's your delta now.
Right.
You know now how much you saved. We really didn't even think about it in the past in that regard. We would just say, hey, this section's leaking, let's line it.
In the past, you mentioned this water use, so for 50 years, we bought water based on having to have so many inches to run 15 sprinklers, because that's how long the line
It's the flow rate versus the volume.
And so I didn't care, because the water was cheap, and it was available. And I never changed that mentality. But the sprinkler line didn't run 24/7, ever, right? But I had to have 2.5 inches or 3 inches per line to make it run, right? Instead of piecemealing the orchard all day long, which I'm gonna do, right? Anyway, if there are no more questions from the board, go ahead, Laura.
I appreciate this. I think that what it goes back to is we need a strategic plan. We, as a district and a board, we need to figure out what are our priorities, what is important to us. These requirements have been on the books since 2009 when the SB 787 legislation passed. They said by 2020 we want you to do farm gate delivery. They wanted to know that, and so we're supposed to be working towards it. And we've always said that it's not locally cost effective. I think that's the legislation that says if it's not locally cost effective, you don't have to do it.
Well, if I can, we do a farm gate report, we have.
But I mean, demand actual delivery, or not what's purchased, but what's delivered.
Right.
Because what's delivered is what they're asking for. And so, it's just priorities. It's what do we want to spend our finite money on? We can't keep raising rates. We need to sharpen our pencil and start with a strategic plan. But that goes back to this plan for water. I was reading this and I was getting, it's confusing because we keep talking about this plan for water. But my understanding of the plan for water was that there was a process there was a public outreach process for the raw water master plan. And then that was with a particular consultant, and then that consultant no longer works for us, and then we said we were going to use the M50 manual process for public outreach for the plan. And so just inconsistent language. Well, we know, those in the know, we know, plan for water was, now we're using it synonymous. In this document, we call it both a process and we call it a plan. And so it's confusing, and I know it's just confusing to people that have actually read it or been going through with it, but we need to tighten up our language of what we're talking about, because
Where did you see that?
Google do a word search on plan for water throughout this document, and then just read around those paragraphs, and it really, because we keep saying it was told to us that this is strictly a regulatory compliance, looking backwards, but everywhere through it is a plan that and by adopting this regulatory document, we're adopting a drought plan, we're adopting all of these planning elements that.
You're not adopting a raw water master plan.
And I think I was clear in saying
No,
that.
but by adopting this ag water management
This
plan.
is not a plan for the future, this is what's been going on in the past, up to today.
That's not true.
No, there's more look-ahead stuff in here.
There is look-ahead stuff in here, but we're not adopting a plan today.
No, not today, but the document, the language in this plan that we're going to be adopting in 2 weeks has all this language in it. And it was very difficult to read because I kept getting hanging up on the language of it.
Could I ask what assumptions or conclusions from the ag water management plan carry forth into the plan for water? I think that's the ultimate of Laura's question is, what might we be approving now with this plan that carries forward as conclusions and assumptions in the plan for water?
It's a foregone, you've already adopted that, and so
Jim,
you've already
do you have a short answer for that, or is that something we can dig into and bring forth? Or Chip?
Go ahead, Chip.
Go ahead.
So, off the top of my head, really, what's in this report is the data that helps inform the plan for water, like how much water we actually use, demand versus purchase versus how much new customers, all of those things can be used in the plan for water and should be part of the discussion in the plan for water, because that's really what we experienced over the last 5 years. Now, as far as what we're committing to in the future in this document, I think the things that are forward-looking in this document are the conservation and efficiency measures. And we have pledged to continue to do those measures in this document. And I think that's the one path moving forward that is not necessarily the document that's in, but it definitely says the district is dedicated in the future to continue to improve upon its data, its efficiency, and things of that nature. I think that might speak to what Laura's comment is that by adopting this plan, we're agreeing to do these efficiency measures in the future. I agree with that. However, they're very, very gray.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we adopt this plan now. In 2 years from now, we may very well be doing something that's slightly a variation of some of this. doesn't mean that the drought entity that is kind of within this document, the efficiency measures as 11 pieces, it doesn't neglect the fact that in 2 or 3 years from now, before we update this plan again, there's something in the interim that we've decided, this really works really good, and it's one of the other elements of the efficiency measures that we decided, hey, we're gonna focus some budget and project work on that.
Or you change your strategic plan in the next 5-year window, and it's a little different than this document.
For sure.
I think that's why you update these every 5 years, because it's a moving target.
But I guess, so with the plan for water, I guess because I was told that the plan for water was a proprietary public outreach process. That's how I was told, and all of our plan for water documents are no longer on our website. We don't have plan for water documents. We went through this planning exercise. And so it's confusing, and so just for clarity, it would be helpful to identify, are we calling the raw water master plan, because it sounds like in this document, we're using the plan for water to be, we renamed our raw water master plan to be plan for water.
It's somewhat semantic. That raw water master plan morphed into this more of a public relations output process, because there was more desire for public involvement, and so we went to the AWWA M50 module and got a plan for public engagement. That's not the same as what the outcome of that process is. That plan for water is kind of the process, public engagement process. Then at the end of it is this document, right?
A raw water master plan.
The raw water master plan.
Well, see, that's the confusion. I think we should just clarify it. I'm not saying it's good or bad, or I'm not making a judgment on it. I'm just saying we refer to this plan for water as both the process and the raw water master plan in this document. Either we're going to call the raw water master plan the plan for water and stick to that, or we're going to say it's going to be called the plan for water now, and it's a plan, it's not a process. And, we just need to tighten our language about it.
Laura, I would just add that planning is a process.
It is a process.
And so I think that sometimes language can be a hang-up, but I think that every plan includes a process. So to me, if we maybe just use the word plan, that it includes process.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you read around this in this document, it is confusing.
It's confusing for you, and so I think that the team will look at that.
Yeah, so anyway, that's just
We'll take a look at how that is.
We'll see if we can make it more consistent.
Sure.
Yeah, that would be helpful. That's the point of that.
Rick, did you have?
Well, anytime I try to satisfy the state, it gets confusing.
Yeah.
Upset, but, and I was hoping in this ag management plan, we'd look at the effects on agriculture. But a lot of that is going forward, and I trust that in the plan for water, we'll be looking at the hydro revenues declining as a subsidy for water rates. We'll be looking at the cost of service study that indicates that there has to be an increase, and then we're looking at the drought and effect on our supplies. And we'll certainly be looking at the environmental demands and how they are increasing for our water. So that is where I'm hoping to see the effects on agriculture, because they will be severe and substantial. So, I'm willing to call this plan, tweak it, make it better, but, and it's a living document. So.
Okay, so just a few quick things. On page 16, on table 213, the uniform DWR worksheet, the rate structure, it's delivered and ordered, meaning the same thing based on, you use ordered in some places, and this is based on delivered. If it's ordered means delivered, or delivered is actually, the uniform rate structure based on volume, delivered or ordered.
Where is it, Laura? In the
Yeah,
chart?
On the table.
That would be
Table.
ordered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's ordered.
We'll make it all the same.
Okay. And then, section 2.3.3 on page 17, this entire section is not an ag requirement. You go back to the appendix B, or C, plan review checklist, 2.3.3,
Water supply.
annual water supply demand and assessment, that's an urban.
Yeah, process for both water supplies.
There's no language here, this is just the instructing, this is just the instructions of what you're supposed to put in there, except for the very last schedule. It's just the guidance.
Okay.
So take a look at 2.3.3. I don't think that whole section is relevant, or is needed.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so I think that, Mark, on page 26, let's see. On 2.3.8, there's similar to supply and demand projections used to establish a shortage condition. The district will monitor the same data to determine effectiveness and efficacy. And I'm not sure what projections, I didn't see projections in here. I don't know, it didn't make sense to me, it didn't make sense that we were talking about projections.
So those are the supply and demand projections from the annual assessment that CHIP does. We can add that to clarify what those projections are.
Okay, that would be helpful. I got hung up on that sentence. And then page 33. Let's see. It says at the bottom that the district is the very last section, the very bottom of the page, due to provisions in the PG&E operations agreement, blah blah, and the fact that the district's not senior. The historical runoff data evaluate estimates runoff supply does not include supplies from the Bear River and the South Yuba River. Yeah. Is that, because I know that when we were doing the technical memos, there was a big delta between the 380,000 average runoff and what was previously, can you explain that a little bit?
Well, I'll try. We are not the senior water right holder, so others utilize those waters in those channels, and therefore it's very difficult for us to report actual runoff in those watersheds. The TM, however, looked at those watersheds and actually went back and did the investigating for us and included those flow totals in them. So those TM documents actually include those numbers, but because this document is looking back at the last 5 years, we didn't have the data. We couldn't put the actual in. Does that make sense?
Well,
moving forward, we're going to work with our water rights reporting consultants to try to help us better clarify what is actually in those arms so that we can parse it out more detail.
Because my understanding is that table 6.2, the projected watershed runoff during historical 5-year drought, which was that alternative to that other TM, did utilize those two watersheds.
Yes, correct.
And so this is saying we didn't utilize it in our analysis, but then this table,
Right.
we did.
Because this document looks at what our actual measurements were in the last 5 years. The TM document gave us surrogate watersheds and applied those onto these, like the Bear River and Ore Creek and Deer Creek, and gave us what the unimpaired hydrology might be in those ravines, right? So that's the difference. One is an analysis and an estimate. This one is what we actually measured without the Bear River in it, because there was no way to measure it, parse it out.
Oh. Because you didn't have it for the last 5 years.
We didn't have it for the last 5 years, and we're working on getting a more accurate measurement from those ravines, and hopefully in the next 5 years.
Okay. Okay. That's confusing, but okay, good.
How many more do you have, Laura?
Yes. Oh.
How many more do you have?
I just a couple more. Are you in a hurry?
To get on with public comment, yes.
Okay,
But
all right.
these are very technical things that we could table till later on.
Well,
I mean,
all right.
I don't see them changing anything at this point, so
Well, there you go. Well, there.
if you want to
Proceed,
keep
Chris.
the list, thank you. Any, public comment now on, discussion about the, agricultural water management plan workshop? Any public comment, raise your hand. I see, two, is it Nikos? Go ahead, Nikos.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wanted principally to respond to this notion of what the measured flows are through farm gates, and then have that blend to the notion of canal automation. I'm appreciative that Director Hull kind of brought up the question about the actual flow versus what's been purchased, and I think that's an important distinction, because what we're seeing, all these numbers are based on purchases so far that I've seen, and what I want to point out, when you're talking about using orifice meters, the amount of flow that goes through an orifice is dependent upon the height of the water surface above it. In fact, it's proportional to the square root of that height. So if the water surface level is changing, either because there's been a rainfall event, or there's runoff, seepage into the system, or because upper stream customers have cut off their water, as Director Johansson mentioned, he'll go out sometimes of the year and turn off the water or turn it back on because he doesn't need that flow. Well, when that happens, everything downstream of that is affected. So all of farm gates downstream are affected because that water level now is different. If there was more additions to the canal from runoff, then the height is going to be greater, and consequently the flow is going to be greater. So to put in a statement that the accuracy of the water measurement devices is within 5 to 12%, I think is extremely misleading. I think that the accuracy, if one measures at one time what the flow is through an orifice, it's probably within 5% for a set head. I imagine it's very precise, depending upon how well the hole is drilled and so on. But because of the fluctuation is so variable over the irrigation season and the rest of the year, it's not going to be anywhere near that. It might average out that, perhaps, as you've mentioned, the demand, the actual measured consumption by looking at what flows in and what flows out of the canal at the end is a good way of determining how much has been provided, but it doesn't say much for individual users. And I think that if we're talking about the impacts on farmers, and we're talking about having to deal with drought in the future, it's incumbent to not only follow the intention of the Ag Water Management Planning Act of 2017 to improve system efficiency. So both at the measurement and with the consumption end, I think that has to be controlled better, or at least measured better. And I'm going to just mention now that it talks on page 50, having NID having researched canal automation, that it claims it's going to be installing up to 10 automated control systems over 10 years. That's just one a year, but budgeted for $1 million for each one. That seems like a really high price. And I think automation is something that should be considered. There's ample evidence. The Oakdale Irrigation District, for one, has implemented a technology by Rubicon for feed forward, for feedback systems to control canals, and everything is interconnected. So even though we don't have the same kind of system, not everything is level here. We're also basically a downhill system, as we all know. Still, there can be those measures that can be applied that would enable farmers to dispatch their request and have a fairly rapid response. I don't know that it would take 6 days to do it because it could be changed at different points in the canal. And I don't want to get into the weeds on this now, but suffice to say, I think the district really needs to take seriously the possibility of investing money into more precise control of what gets metered and delivered to ag customers, given that over 60% of the water goes to ag. So I hope that the district will take that to heart. And I think that if it doesn't, then we're not really taking advantage of an opportunity to save water through water efficiency. The whole thrust of that planning act is on increasing efficiency. And this report, unfortunately, when it comes to what efficiency measures are being addressed, the principal one is using shotcreting of canals. And we know what that cost is, $125,000 per mile for it. Well, that's not really an efficiency measure. It may cut losses. It may prevent erosion of canal sides and bottoms, but it's not really what the intention of this is. We need to be looking at efficient ways of measurement and efficient ways of control. So I encourage the board to rewrite this a little bit and make sure that we're not misleading people about these efficiency measures, and then take that to heart when we go into the water plan phase of it that's coming up next, the plan for water. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikos. Yeah. Does it really cost $1 million a year?
That's how much we have budgeted for everything.
Pardon me?
That's how much we have budgeted for everything.
For everything, okay, so that was, yeah, thank you.
So it may be a little bit of clarification for Mikos is that we do reference the fact that we are automating many of our gauging stations and utilizing SCADA to get that data in real time. That's the first step towards getting efficient and using technology to measure our water. Getting it down to the customer level and individually metering every single service connection is a huge leap and a very costly one. It doesn't mean we won't someday get there, but we decided to start on the canals because that's where the focus point is to start on. And so far to date, we've got 16 of those stations put in, and we're going to continue forward with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mikos. John Norton, you're next.
Thank you. This has been an excellent workshop and excellent discussion. I just have one overarching comment. This is called a plan by the Department of Water Resources and the legislature. And, in defense of NID, this is more of a report than a plan for the most part. So a plan would be a detailed proposal for doing or achieving something. So for the most part, it is not a plan. But on page 44, under section 108.26F, it says the agricultural water supplier shall identify, prioritize, and implement actions to reduce water loss, etc. I emphasize the word shall. I'm a former regulator, and that is a regulatory term. Shall identify, prioritize, and implement actions. From there, the plan goes and says there are 8 efforts that will be implemented in the near future. And almost all of these efforts says NID will investigate. There's no specificity. There's no timeline. There is no identifying, prioritizing, and what the actions are to be implemented. I think this is too vague and too general to comply with that shall. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I agreed with you and talked already about this on these 8 items. Number 1, how much are we already doing? What percentage? Number two, what is the cost analysis for implementing each one of these? And, anyway, so we can, if anybody wants to discuss that further at this point on this section, because I highlighted this myself.
Well, I'm interested in what Chip has to say about,
Yeah.
you know, the shall versus we're gonna investigate, because that was an issue for me too.
Yeah, I'd have to revisit this in more detail and get
Fair enough.
more clear answers.
But maybe you could bring back,
Yeah.
when we look at this again.
Have it as an overarching discussion point at the beginning of the public hearing.
There you go.
Right, okay. Where was the word shall? Does anybody?
Yeah, it was in the,
44 in the
italics.
Yeah, italics. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go. Okay, all right.
But it is an interesting point.
Yes, yes,
That a report versus a plan, and,
right.
you know, we are where we are with the process, and you can do what you can do in the amount of time we have, but I think that it would have been helpful, and maybe we could think about it for the future years, is to actually have a budget process to accompany this, so that then you can feel comfortable saying, we have board approval and we can go forward with these things. We're not there, and probably won't be, but, it's still, it can move it from being a report to a plan with the actionable items. And I think that would be a nice enhancement.
Appreciate that. I really struggle with this section because, for instance, the top of page 45, investigate options to increase measurement accuracy. NID, we're doing that. But it's an ongoing investigation all the time. So, yeah, we're gonna retrofit our gauging stations, we're gonna make them SCADA, operated, but it doesn't end there. The
Right.
technology's always changing, we're always trying to stay abreast on the best ways to do these things, and so I hesitate to make it so specific that we're locked in, but I get it, this is too general.
It is too
We'll see if we can,
Yeah.
clean that up a little bit, make more sense. We're doing a lot of these things, we just,
Right, well, that was my
Well,
first
how
question.
about
How many of those,
Expanding effort.
what percentage are we already doing? Because we're clueless.
I had asked that.
Did you? Okay, yeah. All right.
Are we doing?
Thank you, John. Let's see, next, Ashley Overhouse. You're on, Ashley.
Thank you, Director Beerwagen. This is Ashley Overhouse. I'm the policy manager with the South Dakota Citizens League. I really want to thank the NID board and staff today, as well as Jim for preparing a fantastic presentation, taking the time to give a board workshop, and the excellent discussion that followed. Thank you. It really helped illuminate some of the more pertinent details of the plan, as well as some questions and potential actions moving forward. I actually wanted to give a comment today more on the process and the public engagement side. I appreciated the clarification at the beginning of the presentation about the comment deadline, but I still have concerns now, especially that any substantive written comments have to be now submitted even a day earlier. So I've now lost another full day. So I have about 4 days starting tomorrow to submit written comments if we would like them included in the written record or the packet that will be submitted to the board and then to DWR. My concern is that that's not giving stakeholders or the public a lot of time. And I want to make sure that, there's a lot of people that are concerned, both members of Circle as well as members of our community, that will want to express their own public comments. And because you have an opportunity for public comment, of course, at the public hearing on the 24th, is there any sort of plan to incorporate both the oral as well as written public comments that may be submitted between the 17th and the 24th in some sort of supplemental submission to DWR? I know that kind of submission and the plans of compiling public comments takes quite a bit of effort. I appreciate that, and I know that kind of job is also probably already specified in the contract with Jim. So I want to put that out there as a request, as not a suggestion, to make sure that if it's not possible to include written comment after the 16th end of day in the original packet, if it's possible to then include those subsequent submitted comments to DWR, or at least so the board can view them even after the public hearing altogether. And if, alternatively or additionally, at least have one place where all public comment at the end of the month can be found on NID's website. It's a beautiful new website, so I also congratulate you on that. And I really appreciate the ag and urban water management plans on one page. It's much easier to find now. And so if the public comments, could be also located there eventually, I would appreciate that. Especially with the clarifying press release that you put out while we were sitting on this meeting of the updated public comment deadline of March 16th. I think it would additionally be helpful if you clarified that there was additional opportunity for NID to either revise the ag water management plan or really capture some of that comparison of the Jim articulated today of the ag versus urban water management plans, even in just a short paragraph, so that the public understands the connecting the dots, really, frankly, for the purpose of the ag water management plan versus urban, and the additional opportunities will be presented to them down the line to review that same information and the importance it will have on them as both customers and community members. I think that that's very helpful, what we heard today, but may not necessarily be communicated in writing if they are not in tuned or did not listen to the meeting today. And then finally, I think that publishing an explanation that speaks to what degree the water planning projections were included in this plan would also be very helpful. I think that the confusion of the significance of the October water planning projections and then this draft ag water management plan is still very present. And I think that Jim also went over that a little bit today. So maybe capturing that in writing 2 to 3 sentences would be helpful, especially clarifying the report elements of the plan as were articulated in earlier comments versus the forward thinking elements of the plan. So the climate change modeling, the drought plan conservation, the efficient water management practices, some of these really key, great forward-looking elements of the plan so that people understand what part of this is a plan for the district versus what is a report. And that could just be articulated in 2 to 3 bullet points, truly, even linking to the different pages in the plan. It would make all the difference and would make readability and understanding of this really complex and technically difficult information just that much easier, especially with such a short amount of time to review. So I appreciate your consideration of these comments. I look forward to submitting additional written comments, and I really appreciate you taking the time to do this workshop today.
Thank you, Ashley.
Doug, you want to answer about that?
Yeah, so just in terms of the comments, and thank you, Ashley, for those comments. All the written comments we receive up to and including during the hearing will be part of the record and be attached as an appendices that will be submitted when we submit the document to DWR, which has to be done by April 30th. So we'll be able to incorporate all those and put them into that document. The idea with this one is we'll just be able to have whatever comments we receive by that date that was just given. We can include those in the next package, so when we have the discussion at the hearing, we'll be able to talk about those directly during the hearing component. And then we'll have all the other comments that we would assume we will receive some in between the due date and when the hearing is, as well as comments that are in the hearing will also be made part of the record. And depending on the comments, they may require us to go back and do additional work within the document, depending on the board direction, whether they adopt the document at that date or tell us to go back and incorporate some of those additional comments and then come back at a later date.
So we can do that at the hearing, the date of the hearing, the adopt or not that day?
Correct. I mean, and Dustin could discuss more in terms of the potential impacts of not meeting the statutory requirement of April 1st and delivered by April 30th. But I think there's a potential there and I think in our last ag water management plan that we did, the board did not adopt it at the first hearing. They actually had us go back and make some changes, and then we came back and did adoption. I think there's opportunity there that's probably relatively low risk in terms of impacts to us by not meeting the April 1st deadline.
But Doug, all the comments will be included and logged into the website.
Every comment will be part of that, and we can put them all on the website as well, but they will all be as part of the record of the document, which would ultimately be posted on our website as well.
Good to know.
All right, thank you, Doug. Otis Wall, you're next. Go ahead, Otis.
Thanks very much. And I also appreciate the level of detail and the level of questions that the board has brought to to this workshop this morning. And I would just, with regard to is it a plan, is it a report, all of these things, I really invite NID to actually think about it in a whole different way. I compare this draft document to your 2015 ag plan, and there was more planning information in 2015 than there was in this document in 2020. And if you compare what you have to, for instance, Tuolumne Irrigation District's Ag Water Management Plan draft, which is up on their website, there's really a world of difference between those two. And a different way of looking at it, for example, in 2015 Urban Water Management Plan from PCWA, here's what they say. Placer County Water Agency has written this Urban Water Management Plan primarily as a water resources planning tool, and secondarily to satisfy the requirements of the Urban Water Management Plan Act. To facilitate review by DWR for compliance with the Urban Water Management Plan Act, the data from the body of this planning document has been transferred into DWR tables consistent with the organization of the law, etc. And that can be found in Appendix A. So the entire exercise is planning. And only secondarily is it put into a format that goes to DWR for that approval. And the way that plays out is really critical. If you look at Section 3, that questionnaire that is a DWR supplied questionnaire, if you look at Tuolumne Irrigation District, they look at 140,000 acres. And let's just say the one line of pasture. They only have 5,000 acres of pasture out of 140,000 acres of pasture. You have nearly 20,000 acres of pasture out of 30,000 acres analyzed. If you add, let's say you add 3 categories. If you put forage irrigated pasture together with other and together with family garden and orchard, you're dealing with 83% of your report on what you're doing are in categories that don't tell you anything. I mean, within those categories, you can't tell if it's a Schedule F farm that is an actual cattle ranch, or if it's an ornamental Japanese tea garden with a Japanese ofuro hot tub and a swimming pool and 2 acres of turf lawn and a 3-acre private golf rink link. You have no idea what's going on behind the miner's inch measuring device on 83% of what you're looking at. So this crop survey doesn't serve you at all. As one of your directors pointed out earlier, what about ponds? Well, you can guess what it is. It's not that we have 2-ton trucks with farm equipment and cattle trucks and all of that on our roads. What we have at rush hour is Audis and Lexus and Mercedes-Benzes. And when you get to what's happening rurally here, what's mostly happening is brand new trucks towing, brand new pickup trucks towing brand new horse trailers. It's all about, and knowing what's going on informs, for instance, when you do rates, your ratepayers are going to say, we are 100% behind subsidizing agriculture for the cost of service. 100%. But when you say, how about Bob and Sally's hobby horse, show horse fixation? You're going to have only 1% or 2 of you. 98% of your people are going to say, I don't want to subsidize that. So it goes to rates, it goes to all of these things. Unless you have the tools in front of you that can actually serve you, and you get to Section 8, there's been some discussion about how difficult it is to actually measure what's going on. even Director Johansson's 6 minors and inches, you're only actually drawing it in June, July, August, September, October. You got many months where you're not using any of those 6 minors inches. So you don't really, you're using maybe 60% of the water that's available to you, So you can measure the water of a customer, give or take 50%, and your surveys don't tell you a thing about what's going on behind the miner's inch meter. It seems like the only thing that the staff is really certain about is that the cost is going to be way too high. It's prohibitive. And that's embedded in section 7.2, where you say it's not locally cost effective to invest anything in agriculture customers because of all of these things that you don't know about. It doesn't make any sense, and in the context of, my engagement over the last 5 years with NID, there seemed to be no difficulty in embracing the concept of a new storage facility, which paid for over 50 years would approach $2 billion. And so how can we make these, these assertions about the costs and the benefits don't make sense when you don't know the benefits at all? So anyway, these tools are really more important than can be stated. One thing about neither TID nor Placer County Water Agency depend on consultants to do these exercises. All of this is done in-house so that the planning information stays with the organization. It's in-house. You're working on it constantly. You're continually learning and improving and refining all of this stuff. It's not a periodic consultant exercise. PCWA started a Department of Strategic Affairs specifically to manage all of these different mandates and reports in the context of strategic planning and in the context of ongoing planning and oversight. The Director of Strategic Affairs of the last 10 years was a guy named Andy Fecco, who ended up being the new manager when PCWA went out there and looked at both in-house candidates and the entire market of candidates, and found that the Director of Internal Strategic Affairs for the last 10 years was the best guy. So anyway, I invite you to look at it in a different way and to establish the internal capacity in a different way than you've taken so far. So anyway, I have more written comments, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Otis. Anybody else like to comment, public comment on the workshop? Star 9, Laura and Dave Barhyde. Which do we have, Laura or Dave, or both? Are you there, Dave?
They're muted.
Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
Probably Laura.
Oh, it's me. Thank you.
There we
I was
go.
trying to find the unmute. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm on my phone and it always confuses me. First I want to, thank you again for the workshop, but I really was disappointed that it was canceled for the evening because so many of us working in agriculture are not available in the daytime to participate. So I'm the only one here participating today. But again, thank you for doing this. It's clarified a lot of things to me. I did have a couple of comments I wanted to make. One was the average of 20 new ag customers a year. I think that I know to me it's going to be low. And the reason is after COVID here, we have realized the importance of local food production, having it here, no supply chain problems that way if you can access it locally. We have a really strong group that is really working on increasing the availability and access to foods grown right here in Nevada County. So I think our demand is going to grow more for the agricultural water. There is more places that are in South County and western part of the county that I'm sure will be used in addition to the demand that the cannabis is going to be increasing for water use. So I think 20 new customers a year might not be enough going into the future. The other thing is, how are we going to continue? Excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. So, but our ag producers, as you know, we really do try to practice conservation on our water because it is expensive. We don't want to buy more than we are going to use. And a lot of times we're towards the end of the ditch. A lot of times we don't have that full head of water to get us what we need when we need it. But most of the time we do. There's, it's just one of those things. There's no way to totally know exactly how much you're getting on any day. Depends on what's happening upstream, I guess. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity. I have more things I will write and submit, but I'm hoping in the future you'll consider more evening meetings that will allow more people for agriculture when it's actually focused on something to do with agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Let me just make a comment for our staff. I really agree with Laura. And maybe the next meeting that we've got, we can do an evening meeting so that we can get more participation from our ag community.
That currently would be the hearing.
The hearing.
That's currently the next meeting that we have.
So that would be a board meeting.
We had 2 meetings last week planned, and
Right.
we moved them to here, so.
Well, I'm just saying, I think your point is well taken, and these folks are really out busy, and if we can do something, I don't know, Rich, maybe you can weigh in on that, but I think it would be useful to have it be an evening, late afternoon, whatever.
They're not here because they're working.
That's right.
And I got feedback of the same, that they'd like an evening meeting.
Right. So,
I don't know why last week got canceled.
Well, it got canceled because the plan wasn't ready for anybody to read the comment on it. So it was just the delay in having this plan available, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
So we wanted to have the plan available so people would have time to read it, so that they'd have time to comment. But I really believe that, this is our ag community, we need to have a meeting in the evening.
We had those planned, and we canceled them for this meeting today to have it more of a workshop for the board.
Understood.
And discuss it so that you can have your input into this system before we hit the 24th public hearing. So now we've done this, we can go back and talk to the consultant and see if we can reschedule an evening meeting between now and the 24th for those who can't make it today or in the morning
Just
to have comments.
Just for the public,
for the public.
Just for the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
No,
Well, I think what he's suggesting another meeting that's not
another
the
meeting.
hearing.
I'm suggesting the public hearing
Yeah,
probably won't take place
okay.
at night. It's a normally
Right.
scheduled board meeting,
Right.
which
Why not?
is Tuesday, Wednesday at night.
Couldn't we decide that we want it to be in the evening?
You can decide anything you'd like. We did have them scheduled at,
I know.
and due to direction, we canceled those and had it today.
And you did the right thing.
We can certainly reschedule an evening meeting between now and the 24th, and we'll just have to talk to the consultant after today and come to a coordinated time that makes sense for staff and the consultant. And I believe that's I think, built into the scope to have 2 meetings prior to
I think
24th. But
Okay, we'll let our ag folks here.
We'll have to talk to
You
them.
two guys figure that out.
It would probably have to something that would happen next Wednesday or probably Thursday.
Yeah.
To get notice out, to give folks enough time to
Give
know that they're
people-
coming.
To give people, it's certainly important.
Yeah.
We understand
It's
that.
important for them to have
And we've heard that people did not enjoy the fact that it was canceled.
Right.
And so we are perfectly able to make it happen again between now and the 24th, and we'll get the word out to the local ag community and to the public once we define that date. Hopefully we can come to a decision here either this afternoon or tomorrow and get that word out.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Laura.
I have a comment.
Oh, did it go away?
Oh, there she is.
Laura, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you and to let you know that on the 17th, it's the Ag Commission meeting, so for Nevada County, so maybe a conflict if that's the evening you choose. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Why don't we have it there?
Foster and Nevada County, yeah.
Both?
Any further, public comment? Star 9, raise your hand. Okay. Director Hall.
I just wanted to comment on Otis's comment about the ag crop data report, because this does trouble me. I looked at the USDA's latest agricultural census survey for 2017, which is the latest available, and it says that for all of Placer and all of Nevada County, 11,853 acres are pasture land, irrigated. So when I look at then, our ag crop report says 19,000 are irrigated pasture, implying that there's potentially some commercial activity going on versus the hobby horse description. I think we've got to get a handle on what is our agricultural support in the district versus what is non-agricultural. And I'm not, because you see the pressure coming down on the urban side for home water use, and people with home gardens grow their own tomatoes, so they're going to feel the same effects. So I'm just saying, you see the state coming down on water use for indoor and outdoor activities. And then you have the raw water, which is like, to a degree, it's a carte blanche right now. And I don't think that's going to continue forever. And I think we've got to get a handle on where our use really is. How much is commercial? How much is not? And I think modifying the survey a bit to get a little bit the survey that goes out with our water bill before the water bills come, to say, do you file a Schedule F, as an example? I mean, that doesn't cover everybody, but it covers quite a few people. I would think it covers the majority of ag. Because I think at some point the state's going to say, come on, you're using 90% of your water is untreated raw water, and you can't demonstrate what the use of this is. I mean, this doesn't really say, to me, it doesn't line up the ag census report versus this. It just doesn't totally add up. And the way the survey's framed is, if I have a small orchard of 6 apple trees, I grow apples and berries and, whatever. But anyway, point made.
So I could answer that somewhat. We did start the process of the ag, Ricky appointed Laura and I to the Ag Advisory Committee to look into that, and we got stalled on Schedule Fs. We got stalled on asking for income numbers, and we got stalled. And to answer your other question, I bet you there's a lot of farmers throw that USDA report in the trash, because it's just one of those things. I would suspect that there's a lot of that going on.
Well, I will tell you,
the farmers.
they called me.
Well, no, they called me too, and I finally, another story. I think a lot of that going on is why that number, I would believe that's why that number is.
But we don't know that.
We don't know that.
And you've got this
Yeah, we know
federal
that.
data.
We know that.
Where?
But I do not know one farmer or rancher who fills that out.
Yeah, me either.
And I can count 12,000 acres just in my area alone of pasture.
Why don't you just fill it out?
Well, we trust them about as far as we.
Yeah, and it's a burdensome thing.
It's the government.
Well, you ought to see some of the new questions
You ought
on
to see the questions.
local marketing census.
Right.
None of their business.
Right.
Well, maybe I'm Catholic, so I completely. But my point is, we're not asking.
No, you're right.
We're
You're
not
right.
asking them to give us their F, whatever, Schedule F. I'm just saying, do you complete a Schedule F?
Right.
That's a simple yes, no, non-invasive, and it tells us, do they have some kind of business framework or some way of saying, because I mean, maybe I'm wrong, actually. I've been wrong a lot.
No, you're not wrong.
But my belief, my suspicion is the state is going to start looking at this, and we don't have any framework for saying what our use is.
But Karen, I think we, to what end are we inquiring within the individual water user? If they request water from us and they state that they're utilizing it for one of these purposes, to what end are we, does the district policing a specific individual water customer? And I think that's where it gets a little tricky with, that we need to be careful. We've talked about, you know, and we're bleeding into a different conversation a little bit. We're nibbling on rates, et cetera, and so we want to be careful not to get into there. But I hear your point on, can we continue to gather more information, and more information should be good and beneficial for the district in order to operate our systems long-term. I'm hearing that the state is doing what they're doing, and at some point in the future, we may or may not be demanded to do something. The question, I think, is, do we become proactive and try to get ahead of something that maybe the state will demand us to do in the future and utilize our resources and come to rationales as to why we're asking certain questions? Or do we wait until the state says you must do this, and then as a water district, we say, okay. I think,
and right now we trust our customers. And, you know, you want to trust your customers, you want to give them that respect. And we occasionally spot check. And not only that, but we also utilize the data they provide us to determine if that amount of water is reasonable. We know how much water should be utilized for an orchard at 1 acre. We're not going to sell 400 inches for that, or whatever, you know, some outrageous amount. So it gets a little weird, and this is the question for Dustin is, can the district pick, and for lack of better terms, this is not right, winners or losers of who gets the water?
Yeah, so normally, as Greg alluded to, our interest in what the customers are doing ends at the meter or the box, right? And then as long as they're paying the bill, they're not doing something egregious where they're, you know, wasting water or something like that, and that's fine. That being said, there is a scenario, and I'm curious if anyone knows what we did in an extreme dry year like 1977. There is a option as an irrigation district in an extreme drought scenario where you allocate based on crop.
That was there. I know the answer to that question.
Okay, well, maybe I should pause, but, you know, that may be the only type of scenario where I could see the district saying, okay, really, truly, what are you doing here? We're in an extreme shortage. A tree we may need to treat differently than a garden. You know, lettuce, you know, permanent crops versus an annual. You know, something like that, where you start differentiating. But normally, in a district such as this, in a non-critical year, our kind of interest in what the customer's doing ends at that point of delivery. Go ahead.
Oh, no, and I think it was, it's in here, they chose, perennial crops over pasture. Pasture got done, perennial crops got 50 or 60%, if I remember correctly. And that's how it went. And I don't know if there was any legal challenge at that time or discussion about the legality of what we're talking about, you know. It was just, and that was the first year there was ever an NID formal program. It was all developed really quick for how to handle drought, because there wasn't any at that time. Okay, so, but we have been on that topic of identifying, specifically because the bona fide farmers are, the ones that are
producing food.
We've been trying to say, how are we going to identify them versus all the rest? Okay, and then multiple times I've asked Dustin, can we give them a different rate, right? That's another gray area of giving them a different rate for their water, which is,
So may I jump in?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
Because we are really straying here.
We are straight.
So this, remember, the district is subject to Proposition 218.
Right.
Proposition 218, everything is cost driven.
Right.
So we cannot charge, let's pick on two customers, they both have 1 minor's inch. One customer with 1 minor's inch is truly ag, as however you define it.
Right.
The other is not ag. Prop 218 says you can't treat those customers differently. Your cost is to deliver them 1 minor's inch. That's it. Now, what you're referring to, I believe, Mr. President, is a different allocation, a potential different allocation of subsidy. And that's a different
Yeah,
question.
subsidy was where we were
Yeah.
headed, we're trying to figure it out.
Which
This
is,
where
we gotta be careful about moving into a rate conversation.
Yeah,
folks,
okay, let's not do
Okay,
that, but they are, what I wanna say is that is on our, it
on our radar.
got complicated,
Yeah,
because we
sure.
got stalled in that complication, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm, willing to, I think, we'll be moving forward with that. Yes, Laura?
Yeah, so I think that the main takeaway with this report is that, identify water management objectives. We shall identify practices to reduce water loss, improve system management. Let's start with the system. Let's start prioritizing that, and we need to make that our focus. To staff's credit, the prior board didn't put this as a priority. And we just need to say, what are our priorities? Where do we want to put our efforts? And that's all. We just need to start with the big canals that are losing water. We need to put measurements on so we don't have staff running, we just need to be more efficient. And that's the whole emphasis of
I think
this
that's
report.
a good point about that. It doesn't say you have to spend $1 million this year, it says you can spend $1,000. You've implemented it, right? You started.
That's right, and I
started down that.
Well, I think we need to prioritize our project spending and what we're spending our money on and start, because this requirement's been here for over 10 years.
Right. Okay.
And we're not making great progress to date, but if we commit, we can make good progress moving forward.
I think that's also subjective, quantifying what progress we're making. Rich?
So, I agree with Director Peters. Let's start with the infrastructure and system, and I compliment you guys. You're doing a great job. I also agree with Director Hall in that down the road, the state will be poking their nose into how we do it, and they have proven to be really great managers of our resources. And but I agree with you. They're going to be telling us, or trying to tell us how to do it. So at that time, we will take it up. But also, we can't forget, along with food and fiber, all these landowners are wildlife habitat. We're producing fire protection. So a lot of beneficial uses there that are not just tied to food and fiber.
So sadly, Dustin, isn't fire, I agree with you, but is fire protection a beneficial use under the state guidelines?
Yeah, yes, it is, but it's not in most, if not all of our water rights.
That's what I'm reporting,
and
As far as I know.
And it's also, fire protection is not in the Irrigation District Act as one of your
That's right.
duties to perform.
Right. So it's a kind of fine line.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, and my heart is there.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
can justify what we're doing,
Not
and it's
to
a strong,
the state.
I think it's a strong position. Not with this state.
Not to the state, not with our water rights.
Not to the state.
No, I understand. They want those too.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
This was just a
this is
review and
a
discuss.
discuss, we are going
This is where we're at.
discussing his lunch here, Madam Secretary. Okay, so we will break, how long do we all want to take, considering
45
our?
minutes since it's here?
Yes.
30 minutes.
Half hour,
15 after?
yeah.
Okay, we're gonna take a half an hour lunch break. We'll see you in a half an hour.
All right. Thank you very much.
on, and we are now live.
Okay, the meeting will come back to order. Regular board meeting of Nevada Irrigation District. And for those of you that are watching, we're going to rearrange the agenda to fit our schedule here. We'll be taking the first two items, consent agenda and general order number 2, and then we'll be going to the closed session for approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours, at which time we'll come back, resume the general orders number 3 through 8. So with that, entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
I move the approval of the consent agenda, which is comprised of the minutes from our regular meeting on February 24th.
Second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor answer to the secretary. Please.
Okay, and I've got an exciting new order for you today, as you requested, new order each time. So, Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay. General order number 2, purchase of Altec AT40G bucket truck. This was a budgeted item. It's in the budget. Mr. Kean is on the line. Hi, Kean.
Hello. Thanks for having me and letting me squeeze this in. Good afternoon. I am Kean Summers. I'm the hydroelectric manager today, and hopefully in the near future, as far as I know.
And tomorrow too.
Yeah. I'm here today to request that the board approve the purchase of an Altec AT40G telescoping aerial bucket truck with a Ford 550 chassis. The cost of the truck was competitively solicited using the Sourcewell Cooperative Purchase Agreement, which offers a transparent competitive bidding process that ensures the best price on the equipment. Currently, the district does not own any telescoping vehicles for lifting employees. Aerial lifting devices have been rented on a routine basis to service a variety of critical infrastructure, including electrical equipment mounted on towers, power poles, security camera networks, tree trimming for fire protection around powerhouses and transmission lines, elevated for lighting for buildings and parking areas, remote solar panels used to monitor canal and lake levels, and aerial mounted cables to support the SCADA network. Renting equipment throughout the year is not particularly cost or time effective. Rental equipment that is not ideally suited for certain work types may require an employee to pick it up and deliver it using a large dump truck and flatbed trailer. Remote work locations require up to a full day of transportation each way, meaning the person that has to get it out there takes a day, drives the piece of equipment to where it needs to be, unloads it. The person that needs to use it, uses it. The next day, the person that dropped it off goes back, picks it up, and brings it back to the office. The Altec truck can be driven directly to the site by the employee completing the work. It doesn't require any special license. In the past few years, lifting equipment has become increasingly difficult and expensive to rent. The most current example of this problem is actually going on today. We've been doing some vegetation work at the Combi powerhouses, and we have some work that requires a lifting device. None of the local companies have anything available, so our option is to drive to Sacramento to pick it up or wait. At this point, we've chosen to demobilize the other equipment that's on the site and come back later to complete this work. This obviously results in increased staffing costs and decreased productivity. The Altec truck would be used by employees in all departments across the district, although the hydro department would be responsible for the majority of the use. This results in a cost savings across the district, enhanced employee and public safety, increased reliability, and decreased response time. I want to note that the 2021 budget included $170,000 for the purchase of this truck. This truck is $25,000 less than that budgeted amount. So we're well under budget with this purchase. So with that introduction, I'd welcome any questions and request approval of the purchase of an Altec AT40G telescoping aerial bucket truck with a Ford F550 chassis from Altec in Dixon, California, in the amount of $144,967.16, and authorizing the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents.
Any questions?
I actually have a question. Hey, Ken, so I'm noticing that it says, delivery 360 to 390 days.
Yeah, I saw that.
That is, wow.
Yep. That's a wow, yeah.
That is a wow. And so my, the obvious question for me is, so presumably if we execute a contract at this time, that price will hold for, until delivery?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I would think that would be how it would be, but I wanted to know.
Good question.
Yeah, and then, no, I think that's it. Thank you. I support the request.
Okay. And this list, Ken, on the last page, it's all by itself with, tools, is that included in the price, I assume?
Yes, everything in the staff report there is included in the price.
Okay, I didn't see it where it was.
It's right.
Right there, it is. Okay. Didn't look far enough, okay. Karen?
So I have a request when we get, requests like this, is it just include how much is spent on the rental equipment in a typical year and then what the return on investment is. I think that makes it easy for us to talk about things like this with our constituents because, people are looking at these rates and $145,000 is a lot of money. I don't doubt one bit that the need is there. I just think it would help to fill out our decision-making process to have that return on investment and the comparison of rental costs versus this purchase.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the things that staff has struggled with along those lines is quantifying the staff time that goes into this, especially in this case, where I mentioned that we may have to have somebody with a commercial driver's license drive the rental equipment to the site, drop it off where somebody else uses it, and then come back the next day to pick it up. And while it's fairly easy to quantify the rental costs, it really doesn't tell the whole picture of what we're trying to satisfy here. So we can certainly provide rental costs, but the hard numbers around staffing time become very difficult to quantify.
You're talking transportation costs there at that point. The cost itself of just the rental, and then the cost of, like you said, you gotta go pick it up, you gotta bring it back.
I suspect that the rental I'm assuming the rental costs by themselves justify the purchase and that the staff loss of productivity is just icing on the cake for the justification. But I'm making that assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just think it helps us, with these major investments that we have as a board, have that background information so that when questions are posed, we can say, hey, this is the process we look at. We look at return on investment. We do a comparison, and then we either support or don't support.
Okay, Director Peters.
Yeah, and my question is along that same line. It notes in here that it's not cost effective, but then it notes that have we ever owned one of these trucks? I mean, have we always rented this type of a vehicle? And now, if for 100 years, why now? I mean, I guess, how many times do we rent this type of vehicle, say, in the last year?
So we don't always rent this type of vehicle, right? So sometimes we'll rent a scissor lift, sometimes we'll rent a telescoping piece of equipment. So regularly is about all I can say. I don't know if we rent it weekly, certainly not weekly, certainly monthly we're using some sort of device to lift with. And I think that this also will dramatically improve our safety. As it stands right now, if we need to replace a light bulb on one of the light stands out in the parking lot, we'll send a guy out there with a 20-foot extension ladder and he'll work his way up there. One fall off of an extension ladder pays for this truck several times over. And so I think that's the other key element here is that this not only improves our safety, but it improves our efficiency.
So did you do a cost benefit analysis, Kian, as part of the, and look at return on investment?
For this item, no, it was brought to the committee when it was budgeted. I think that's more of a budget time sort of discussion. And so I certainly will bring that information when we bring the budget next year. But I don't have that information available right now.
Sure. But I mean, I assume it was part of your process. Your thinking is when you said.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
And so this would still, if you needed a scissor, like anytime you need to get up in the air, this would fit the bill. Is that what you're saying? Because that's the beauty of the rental, is that you can rent the specific piece of equipment that you need, that you have.
If they're available, but we need it for not just what Hydro needs, we need it for all facilities, maintenance. We could use it for all district departments. We have to rent one in order to come and do work on this building's roof any time that we need to, and that goes for every single time that we need to get greater than 10 feet in the air. So it's.
But why now? Why just now? That's not.
It was budgeted, I guess.
Budgeted, yeah.
Well, not only budgeted, but I think we're getting to a point where resources are getting very limited and rentals are getting very scarce. And I called it up yesterday on number 18th on the list for a part that should be very readily available. And the plant has shut down. So this is very prudent. I take, Keenan, you're a very prudent man. So this is going to work out for us. And people, the people using this will get used to it. They'll be safer. A lot more productivity than having to get this thing or that thing or delay a day before you can do a project. It'll pay for itself.
So I guess the point is that if we say it's not cost effective, it'd be helpful to see how did we arrive at that assumption. That's just guessing. But I'm not opposed to this at all.
Can we make a motion?
I think, yeah. I think in the future,
No,
to that point,
Right.
as we look at budgets, as we look at large purchases, staff and managers can bring some of these costs to the board at that time, so we're not after the fact trying to go back and look at it.
Yeah.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
If you want to have public comment after a second.
Oh, let's see, no, we need to have public comment first. Any public comment on purchase of the, telescoping aerial bucket truck? If you'd like to comment, star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, Director Johansson.
Yeah, so I move to authorize purchase of Altec AT40G bucket truck and approve the purchase of an Altec AT40-G telescoping aerial bucket truck with a Ford F550 chassis from Altec in Dixon, California, in the amount of $144,967.16, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion from the board? Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Wait, I have a comment.
She has a comment.
No,
Oh, I did that.
Oh, you did that,
Yeah,
sorry.
it wasn't-
Sorry, everyone.
That's all right.
I'm losing
I'm
it.
in training.
It's been, I know, me too.
Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Yes. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
All right. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
And
Good day.
You too.
At this time, we will take, public comment on closed session items. We're going to go to closed session next. Is there any public comment?
For the benefit of the public, we're just
Yes.
meeting with the consultant. We do not expect any action. There will not be any action.
There will be no action, just information to the board. Okay, if you'd like to comment, star 9 on your phone. Seeing none, we'll close the open session and move to closed session.
your life.
Okay, we're back in session, closed session. No, action taken. We will continue our, search for a general manager. At that, we will close the closed section and open the open session. Reopen the open session. First item we're gonna go to is number 7 for time constraint.
Feedback.
Can I ask that any board members that you all check to make sure your devices are muted?
What do you do, touch it?
I muted it.
You're muted on the device.
Yeah.
Someone has it on.
Where's the audio?
On screen, on muting?
Yeah, this tab in the bottom left corner.
Karen, Laura,
Mine says to join audio.
It says to
Okay,
join
yeah,
audio
don't join it.
Join.
Oh,
with a green arrow. It says join audio.
yeah, don't join audio.
Okay.
I'll mute you if you are. Okay.
Okay, so number 7 on the general orders.
They'll have little feedback.
Let's see, who's going to,
Yeah, whose item is
whose
that?
item is this? I think nobody got it. I think she gave me the item.
This, I can, 7? This is for Aqua. I can introduce, yeah. So this is a, temporary board positions for Aqua Region 3, with 2 vacancies. So this is a temporary vacancy fill, I believe, through the end of the year. And this is if a board member is interested in, running for the seat, then you fill out the nomination form. A resolution from this board goes then to the Aqua Executive Committee by 5 o'clock this afternoon, March 10th. And then they make the determination on who is the 2 Region 3 new board members for the remainder of this fiscal year.
All right, then we have one.
I'd like to nominate Director Laura Peters to fill this position.
I'd like to second that.
Okay. Any discussion on the board? Any comment from the public? Star 9. Raise your hand on your phone. Seeing none, we'll call for the roll call, please.
Yes. Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 5.
yes?
Division 4.
Yes, I know.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Laura.
Congratulations, Laura.
Thank you for doing that, Laura.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We'll look forward to hearing.
Mr. President, if I may just clarify.
Yes.
Chris, do you need the nomination form and the resolution of support both today?
I'm sorry.
The nomination form and
Yes,
resolution?
and I have them both.
The board, so that's the board's action, just for clarity, to, not just the nomination, but you've also adopted a resolution supporting that.
Yes, which I prepared for Director Peters to sign.
Okay.
And don't you, does it, okay.
Yeah, you signed by the, party,
It's wrestling.
Is it in this package?
no, I handed it to
Oh, you have
Laura.
it, she has it, okay, and here's the other, this, she needs to get that back to. Okay, thank you. All right, so that takes us, that takes us back to item number 3, water supply update. Mr. Chip is here, he's back.
Good afternoon, board, once again, and public and staff. Today we're here to discuss the water supply update and potentially, hopefully, a declaration of surplus water. Try to breeze through this fairly quickly, but, every year the district performs a water supply analysis to determine availability for the coming summer months. The forecast includes current storage as well as anticipated snowpack runoff based on our latest snow survey data. And the data analysis helps us to determine whether enough supply for full deliveries, whether there is enough supply for full deliveries, or whether the water shortage contingency plan must be enacted. Thank you. In addition, part of that analysis includes a determination if surplus water is expected, because as most of y'all know, we do have a handful of outside and/or surplus district customers that rely on our waters if there is excess available, in excess of needs for our internal district customers. With that, I'm going to jump right into the slides here.
So, yeah, a lot of y'all have seen this at the WHO committee, but, we're gonna walk through it. This is our Bowman Lake precipitation, reporting station, and what you can see here is that the dark shaded blue area in the background is our 134-year average. 69.56 inches is generally what we see in any given year. However, this year, to date, the red line, we are only at 27.71 inches, which is only 57% of average. Not great. We have basically caught where we were last year, though. That's not much to shout about, but at least it's something. So, not great. NID reservoir storage. Same situation here. The shaded blue background is our 8-year average. And as you can see, we really haven't had much water coming into our reservoirs to date. We are only at 65% of capacity, but at 83% of our 8-year average. We're at 177,000 acre feet. The one interesting thing about this particular graph is that we've had a few storms this year. They've been okay, they haven't been great, but they have been cold. And so what precipitation came has been trapped in the snowpack, which is great news for us, but it doesn't look good in the reservoirs, because the reservoirs are waiting for that to melt and come in, and it just hasn't happened yet. And today's just a fine example of that.
Chip, what is the date that these, that this correlates to?
Great question. So right here, see this box? So 3/1/2020.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
And the 8-year, I think you mentioned this last time, but the 8 years, because we got extra storage from PG&E, that extra 20,000.
Yes, when our coordinated operating agreement expired in 2013, we renegotiated a process with PG&E in which we gained more capacity in Rawlins, 20,000 acre feet actually. Right. And so we have redone all the graphs since that time to include that extra 20,000 acre feet. That's why we only go back 8 years. We have data going back much, much further, but it doesn't incorporate that extra volume we got.
Have we ever met average of the 8-year? Yeah, we've exceeded that in the 8 years. Oh, yeah.
I didn't put the other years up here, it gets too crowded, but yeah, like 2017 was a gangbuster water year. We pegged out all the reservoirs, so.
Okay. Thanks.
Here's the good news. Snow survey, as we look outside and it starts snowing again. As of the 1st, we were at 22.2 inches of water content, which is 79% of our average. Okay, and you can see we're doing pretty good in snowpack. Our overall precipitation was only 57%, but our snowpack is 79%. So that's the one saving grace that we have in our back pocket this year. In addition, the 8 to 14 day outlook looks to be colder than average and wetter than average, which is good. And then y'all know the storm track has changed. When I put this packet together, the fact that we have to put them together a week before the meeting, conditions change a little faster than that. So this is kind of old news right here. But the 3 to 4 week outlook from NOAA continues to show potentially colder than average and wetter than average. So we'll hold them to that. Notice in the bottom, though, they call it an experimental outlook.
Yeah, I did notice. I read that and I go, what does that mean?
Take a lot of ownership.
They can say whatever they want.
Okay, so what we do is we take all of that data, and Tor works his magic here, and we come up with a forecasted supply throughout the remainder of the year. And what he does is he takes our current reservoir storage, adds in the anticipated snowpack runoff, and comes up with a total available water. And the district does that every year. Our drought contingency plan says that we're going to do that every year before April 1st. Honestly, that's too late. We really need to be doing these analyses at best in January, February, because that's when we need to start sending out our bills and getting our ag customers prepared. But in years like this where it's really dry, we wait as long as we can. And what I can say, though, is when you take all of the numbers together and you come up with the total supply, we come up with
261,000 acre feet. So why that's important is on any given year, this is our drought contingency plan graphic. Okay, on a normal year, it says that we need to have 235,700 acre feet of available supply to be declared a normal year. When you take all of those numbers that Tor's added up, we're at 261,000 acre feet. So we have enough water in the system to say we have a normal year. In fact, when you compare those two numbers, there's actually 30,000 acre feet of excess.
Excess water, yeah.
So it appears that support a surplus. Now, let me back up a little bit.
Chip Dustin has a point.
I actually have a question on this.
Yes.
70% forecast, is that an exceedance forecast?
It's a 70% forecast of yet to come. So knowing that it's a projection of a less than average water year, it's a conservative forecast, based on taking existing snowpack data, existing precip data, and yet to come averages. So instead of using 100% yet to come average, looking at where we're at, it's a 70% forecast.
70% of average.
Yes.
Okay, it's a conservative figure.
Okay.
For sure.
Hey, Chip, we have a question over here. Did you have one too?
Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, so on your storage forecast, you have 227,000, but you just said 260,000?
Yeah, awesome question. And
Okay.
I'm glad you brought it up.
Question.
The math, I know new math, I had to take off my shoes to count that high. So what happens is, what the number we gave you, the 261,000 acre feet, is total available supply at this point in time in our forecast. What happens is, as you know, we all start irrigation season on April 15th.
Right.
So we start pulling from our reservoirs after April 15th, and so that's why the peak doesn't match that 261, because we've used some of that water now to supply our ag water customers already.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Rich had a question.
So we're at 50% of normal, or 39% for the year?
Precipitation?
Of which one?
Well, the figure I saw was north of us is 49% of precipitation.
Okay.
Sacramento region, 39%. And so why wouldn't we use that figure instead of 70%? Because we can't count on anything. We're kind of into a pattern of, lower rainfall.
So we're actually using our own data from our own watershed, in addition to DWR's forecast for the Yuba River at Smartsville. That's the two numbers that we utilize when we do anticipated runoff from here on out. The Yuba River at Smartsville anticipates...
It was 68%, April through July, runoff forecast. It's since changed as the weeks have gone a little dry at the end of February and beginning of March here. So it currently sits at 65%, forecast.
So we're using DWR figures to help correlate that to our watershed to anticipate the runoff.
Have you done one at 45%?
I did one at 50%, originally. Didn't include it in the slide, but that would be a 50% of yet to come, in the precip. Yeah, we have that.
What was the difference?
About, this one shows 146 on the carryover. It gets down to about 130 in October.
So about 16,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so regardless, although it shows that our total available supply shows that we have enough for a normal year, we all know it's a dry year, and the messaging has to be it's a dry year, because it is. And so what we anticipate doing, we're hopeful we'll get support for surplus declaration today. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but while it's in my mind, I need to communicate. The surplus water, the total of surplus water that we are allocating out is only 1,500 acre feet. So it's not like we're talking about a huge amount of water if we do declare surplus. And keep in mind, that is the water that supplies the city of Grass Valley, the city of Nevada City. So it's a...
Don't send out a press release that there's water for sale, right?
No, and we can't. Essentially, the board has directed us to not make any outside district water sales. After 2005, they put a moratorium on that. So if we did want to do that, a couple things have to come into play. One is we have to go back to the board and release that. And two is
we have to declare a surplus in order to even make any outside sales available.
Okay.
So with City of Grass Valley, Nevada City, they're not outside, they're inside. I mean, they're inside, they're outside, they're inside, they're inside. And so they're not surplus, really. We're obligated to provide them with water.
They're surplus.
They're an interior exclusionary island, but their particular water contract is very specific that they are a surplus water customer.
But they're guaranteed water regardless.
No, it says their water availability is dependent upon surplus to the district.
However, the policy says that we would only cut on outside districts. We would never cut their water, even if.
Oh, yes, according to their contract, it says you are a surplus customer and will only have available water supply if there's water in excess to the interior district customer needs. So that's why we worked with both the cities, hopefully to get them annexed in, put all this behind us. I feel like those conversations will continue, hopefully, again in the near future.
They are.
Get some of that behind us.
That's, our surplus policy doesn't say that.
No, it's just in their contract, it's very
Yeah.
specific.
Okay, so, we just went through all of these bullet points essentially, but dry year actions, so I'm down here now. Basically, we have a lot of our customers that come every year and ask us to start the water season April 1st. Those are kind of the shoulder seasons, as we call them. It's a little before our normal season or a little past at the end of it. There's not enough water in the system to support doing that. We want to stick with our normal process, our normal dates. And in addition, we, in the last few years, have had enough water to feel comfortable offering up fall and winter water sales early in the season. This year, we're not doing that. We've told customers that have shown an interest and expressed the fact that they want to buy the water, we've told them all, we're going to take your name down, we'll put you on the list, but we won't make this available until at least September when we know where our carryover targets are. So.
What about the customers that are on, say, Doty or some of these canals that now have capacity? Are we going to still offer them water this year?
So, unless the board directs something different, we are going to operate the system as if it's a normal year, which will allow for new and increased ag water sales.
Okay, and then in addition, staff is just going to run these canals as tightly as possible, which means doubling our efforts on monitoring the tailwaters, all of that stuff. I lost the clicker. Yeah. Okay, now we got it. So, other challenges that may come up. So, although our local conditions support a normal water year, it's very possible that statewide, that same sentiment is not echoed. Their reservoirs are in not great shape, and I can walk you through that here in just a second. And if y'all remember during the last drought, when the state was suffering, they implemented water conservation measures statewide regardless of your local conditions. We may run into that same challenge again this year. In addition, they turned on a curtailment order which did not allow us to capture all of our water rights that were flowing down the river. There's also a potential that that may occur again. And so just a heads up on all of that. I should also mention that if those actions come into play later on, we can always implement our water shortage plan at whatever level we need to. It's not like because we're making this determination today, we can't turn it on later. That's always available to us. We're just at the time of year where we need to make a determination for availability to our customers.
Can I jump in on the curtailment dynamic? This is a very unique year, as Chip already mentioned, where we've got a decent snowpack, very poor precip. And in the event of a curtailment, some of our water rights are post-14, which would theoretically could potentially be subject to this curtailment, and it could preclude diversions to storage. So we've got a reservoir up there in the snowpack that is going to melt out into June, I would assume, maybe even a little bit later. And if we get a curtailment in May, it potentially prevents us from diverting that water into our storage. In a normal dry year cycle where the precip mirrors the snowpack, you don't have that problem because the snowpack isn't there, you're curtailed, it's not a big deal. But again, it's a unique year this year. That's something that could potentially affect us, that I've already been placing some calls to folks at the water board and saying, hey, gotta think about this. This is an odd situation, much different than 14 and 15.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. In 15, when they did this, they did it, I think, in late June, and 15 was a horrible snowpack year. So it really didn't affect us that much. There wasn't that much natural in the waterways anyway. If that happens this year on that same time frame, it will injure us.
So if they call in the drought contingency plan activation, we have a different pricing structure, right? If that happens, so then how do you address that part of it? You go into the different cost model?
By the design of the drought or water shortage plan, that's how it was designed. The way it was designed is that any drought stage plan that requires mandatory reduced water usage, it correlates to also an increased price, because when you mandatorily reduce usage, you're also hurting the revenue of the district. So the increased pricing goes in to help offset that.
Right.
So the answer is yes. If the state comes in and says, yes, you need to do your drought contingency plan at stage 3, our plan comes with increased cost at that level.
Yeah.
I hope we don't get there,
sure.
but time will tell. And the reason I say that is, here's the California Drought Monitor. Still doesn't look great. It's improved greatly since January, but our area is still classified as moderate drought. And then the statewide reservoir, I'll walk through these real quick. So this is where the state is hurting a bit. This is Lake Shasta, and their graphs are very similar to ours in that the blue shaded area is average, and they're way down here at 2 million acre feet. The red line, by the way, by comparison, is 1977. So not good there. Lake Oroville, kind of the same scenario. They're starting to turn, but again, keep in mind, this is the northern part of the state, and same thing that we are experiencing, they are experiencing. There is water up there, but it's locked in the snowpack right now. Folsom Lake, kind of the same scenario. Don Pedro, these are weird for me. These ones are sitting in a very good situation at, over 1 million. They're way up near or above average at Don Pedro and at New Bologna. So the middle part of the state has quite a bit of storage still. So hopefully that's a little bit of saving grace for us, but we'll see. And then San Luis, which is totally artificially controlled and pumped out of the Delta, it's behind quite a bit, but with enough water transfers, maybe they could boost that up. So in summary, our water supply is below average. However, we are above any threshold for a drought contingency plan implementation. Total available water supply shows a small surplus. Staff is recommending a declaration of surplus for the 2021 irrigation season. However, we will focus on efficiency and conservation. We will increase our water patrols. We'll monitor statewide actions and keep you apprised. And we will continue to provide updates on a regular basis.
Okay. Thank you, Chip. Any more questions?
Chip, what is the longest length of time that we legally can postpone a surplus declaration?
Well, we're at a point in time where if we don't declare a surplus, those folks who receive that water will have to start planning. Let me back up a little bit. So there's a mixture of customers that are surplus. The cities,
right?
I am not really sure on that one. I would imagine it's after the April 1st cutoff, they would really be hurting for water after that. So the city of Nevada City has some of their own supply. The city of Grass Valley relies solely on us. So they would be scrambling for water rather immediately, April 1st. Our ag water customers that are surplus, they're right now trying to plan on how much seed to buy, what they're going to fallow, what they're going to grow, what they're not going to grow. So the earlier we can get them the information, the more helpful it is to them. In addition, we have our own billing we need to do here at the district, and we need to get that mailed out to those customers.
So then I have a follow-up to that. So if, so we're going to declare potentially today a surplus, So let's say we get 2 months down the road and we haven't had a drop of rain or snow until, whatever, we're in June and things are looking not great.
Yeah.
Are we able to pull back that surplus declaration at any point?
Yes.
We are.
They're interruptible.
They are interrupted. Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
all I needed to know.
Yep.
And, it seems like a trend, and of course, trends, we don't have enough data for a trend yet, but it seems like the last several years, it's getting late March, April, even May storms that we never have had before. And it seems to be more, essentially, maybe we should start thinking about where we may have to start rethinking this model and figuring out, I don't know what the answer is, but, it seems like nature's not really complying with our need to have this by March.
I would agree with you, and I would say not helping even more so in the fall, when our falls seem to be getting drier.
Drier and hotter.
Yeah.
So we need to start thinking about how we're, moving forward.
Yeah.
To start doing some brainstorming and trying to figure out how are we going to.
I agree. It's a challenge for us every year to get the bills out in time and allow customers to plan appropriately. Yet we're still trying to figure out whether we even have enough water. So
Yeah.
it's always a challenge. Only in years like this. 2017,
No problem.
we were doing this in January.
Right.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So with that, staff is, go ahead.
he's ready to make a motion.
I'm not.
Oh, you're
Do
not?
you have
Oh.
public comment?
Oh, you have comment? Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, so my problem is we haven't recharged from last year. We use 150,000 acre feet approximately per year, but we only recharge a little over 100.
Yeah.
And if the state steps in, we're gonna be less than that. So I think going down the road, when we start looking at our drought contingencies and surplus declarations, we're gonna have to throw a whole bunch more nuances into it. Because if we're not recharging, like Sigma, if you're not recharging, you don't get the full benefit of the groundwater. You can't pump it, so maybe, and the fact is that we're in a La Nina situation where it's colder on the coast, it's not going anywhere, it's not generating those wet storms. If we have one more year of that, we're gonna be a little more in trouble. And then the new information that we're not just in a 1 year, 2 year drought, we've been basically in a 20-year drought with interspersed with wet years. And this could go on for a while. And the worse it, the longer it goes, the worse it gets. And the recent information is January, February, March, into March 4th, was that the drought indices were spiking. I don't know if you were able to open that. I sent it to you, but their indices were spiking better, higher than 14 and 15. So and the Ag Secretary just declared drought hardship for all California for agriculture, because down in the valley there is no water. So are we going far enough in our okay, so we declare a surplus, let everybody, but can't we say, hey, no landscaping, or can we restrict the amount of water that they get? And then on our side of it, maybe should look at no new hookups, or, I know that's dealing with money and financing the budget, but we're running a deficit of about 50,000 acre feet unless this continues.
Yeah.
So any solutions? What can we work with in there?
So I hear you, and I get the concern, and it's legitimate. I think what I would caution you, though, is that when our own numbers support full supply, why would we then restrict our own constituency when our numbers support a normal year? That's where I struggle.
But I would say that our numbers are not supporting a normal year.
Okay, fair enough.
Because of the recharge and because of the weather pattern.
Yes, okay, so when we look at the carryover, so our drought contingency plan is based upon our carryover storage. That's the key indice. What we have determined is that when you look at our treated water customers, our
perennials, our livestock, basically recreation is one of them. Basically, what is the bare minimum we need in any given year to support those critical water users, okay? We have totaled that up and come up with 78,000 acre feet is the need for the next year. Okay, so then what we do is we take that number and we add to it what any given year would give us in water supply, and we base our drought contingency plan on that. Okay. So a bare minimum for us is 78,000 acre feet. Right now, we're projecting 146,000 acre feet. So we have ample supply. Now, if the next 2 months are dry, super dry, that carryover number is going to drop.
And we're back in here.
And then we're coming back to you guys saying, well, wait a minute, things didn't pan out the way we thought they would.
Yeah.
And we really do need to look at
No, and
implementing our drought
and
plan.
having that flexibility means everything.
Yeah.
So I didn't think recreation was part of the state contingency hardship. I thought it was, but people, animals, perennials, annuals.
Yeah, and
And then-
recreation to a part, because some of that is commercialized businesses.
If you have a commercialized business associated with it?
Yes. So, for instance, golf course. Golf course. And parks. Strangely, during the last drought, those were protected classes.
Really? Yeah. I didn't read that in the state.
Yes. That was the one thing you weren't supposed to be cutting back on.
Fine print.
Yeah. Well, and if you remember, during the last drought, we were in a similar situation where our own supplies were decent. They weren't nearly as bad as the rest of the state.
Right.
And the state said, you're going to implement your drought contingency plan, and we did so, but the language in it wasn't specific enough, so we only implemented it to our urban water customers because that's what they were targeting.
Right.
They really didn't want to cut back ag, so we didn't.
But ag saved, 30,000 acre feet?
A lot of folks in the ag community stepped up and cut back.
So should we be looking for our representative on the drought hardship committee?
We may be getting there. So what I would recommend to the board is that we go through and we make that declaration of surplus today, but I'm going to be regularly coming back to this board, giving updates. And I think at some point in time, if things don't really improve throughout the next month or two, we come back and we really look at, okay, stage one. I think maybe it might be go time on stage one. Stage one is, keep in mind, is in our current plan is basically voluntary, but we are stepping up our messaging and asking people to conserve wherever they can. Stage two is where mandatory reductions come into play and additional pricing. That's when it starts getting really serious. But we can come back to this body and have those discussions whenever needed.
So, public comment or motion?
I need to have public comment, yes.
Well,
Thanks, Chip.
We need to have finish the board comment.
Yeah, we need to finish the board comment. So, back to when we were looking at the ag water management plan and Laura's comment about, well, gosh, we have this drought, management plan embedded here. And so what my notes that I wanted to remind myself is, so maybe we should then look at a revision to the drought management plan, given this weird year we're facing, and maybe there are some tweaks or changes that we want to do. Is that something that we would think about doing?
Sure.
When you come back, or?
We can do that, and I think what I'd like to highlight is that the ag water management plan, we're updating it, but it's also going to be in the urban plan, and that's actually where they focus on it the most.
Oh, okay.
So I think there'll be plenty of opportunity in the next few months to really dig into that thing and fine tune it.
We should align what we have on our website as our drought plan to align with what we're recording.
Yeah.
So we're in a very unique situation, Dustin, correct me. Down in the valley, you're dictated, you get 5%. Okay, that's what we got, that's all. But here, we have the benefit of all the reservoirs and management of that. And so it's more discretion.
The benefit of that and our senior water rights and the infrastructure our forefathers built, so we're leaning on all of that.
Yep.
And its area of origin, the more water we use, the more water goes down the watershed and supports the rest of the state.
Okay, any other board comment? Okay, public comment on this, on the item, excuse me, to declare surplus water. If you'd like to comment, star 9 on your phone. Any comment for declaring public, water supply, surplus water declaration, which is right. Okay, seeing none, entertain a motion.
So I'm gonna move it with one caveat, just a little, but well, not that bad. So I move that, we declare a surplus water year, with the caveat that we also do the recommendations that you suggested, and then I would like to see us also have just get out ahead of this a little bit to the public with little PR saying, hey, this is what we're declaring, but we're not 100% sure. Be wise, conserve, be ready for anything.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, second? Moved and seconded that we declare water surplus for this year with the caveat that you...
The messaging.
The messaging, yeah. The messaging. To be proactive and,
Act like it isn't.
act like it is, yeah, well, I thought the same thing when I saw how close the numbers were. Like,
I
okay,
get it. When you hear surplus water, it sounds already dry here, right?
But I did the math, okay.
I'm in.
All right, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, Division 2.
Aye.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Chip.
Thank you.
Oh, stay.
We'll be back, we'll keep you
Thanks,
updated.
Look at this, go, oh, they got water. That's scary, getting out there.
Here.
Yeah, oh, they are.
Okay, next item is, CABI Integrated Regional Planning Update. I believe that's the Ray.
Or Mesa?
Nathan?
Yeah, Mesa King is gonna be presenting this.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, Nasa.
Hello, everyone.
We haven't talked to you for a long time.
I'm very happy to be here. Good afternoon, directors. Good afternoon, community. Good afternoon, district staff. I'm here to talk with you briefly about, and just providing really an update about CABI. Some of us use the name CABI regularly and often, and others wonder what a CABI is. So CABI is the acronym for a region that we are part of, and this area was defined by the state roughly 20 years ago through a program that has been developed called Integrated Regional Water Management. The purpose of this program was to have neighbors within watersheds work together, because if you're not working at a watershed scale across jurisdictional boundaries, your collective efforts tend not to be as effective, and your solutions don't generally reach as far. So we have water code that defines integrated regional water management and what the organizations are intended to do. And CABI essentially stands for the 4 watersheds that comprise this portion of the western slope of the Sierra. It includes the Cosumnes, American, Bear, and Yuba River watersheds. Just so we're all speaking the same language, a watershed, I use this term a lot, and generally what I mean by it is the land area where all of the rain or precipitation, snow and rain, that falls on it drains to a common water body, whether that's a river or a lake. So it would be the land area that comprises these watersheds that drain to these 4 river systems and all of the tributaries within those areas. Integrated Regional Water Management is a voluntary program where people come together and using collaboration, and for CABI using consensus, we work across our boundaries to develop goals and objectives and projects to achieve meaningful solutions. And NID has been directly involved with CABI for over 10 years. Slide, please. Thank you. This map here comes right from the CABI website, and this shows you the 4 major watersheds. CABI is a very unique region in that you'll see the easternmost line here goes to the ridge tops. It's the mountaintops, which is roughly an 8,000 foot elevation peak of, say, English Mountain, all the way down to where these watersheds join the Sacramento River. So down into a, tens of feet or a couple of 100 feet in the Sacramento River Basin. It's a very large area. CABI is one of the largest integrated regional water management planning areas at over 4,300 square miles. We are also a very significant contributor to the freshwater resources of the state of California. Slide, please. Thank you. There are, as our last count, there were roughly 43 members in CABI. And when you look at the membership, I don't think anyone would jump out as a major surprise. You have irrigation districts, water suppliers, city and county governments, and a whole spectrum of nonprofit organizations. Everyone that's a member of CABI has a stake in that they either have a jurisdictional area within this large landscape region, they are a nonprofit organization advocating around water resources. I think that's it. This membership list here that's presented is a bit dated, and this membership list will be updated again later this year. Slide, please. So the real objective for CABI after all these many years of planning is to develop these regional projects of mutual benefit. CABI has been able to access very significant grant funding through the Integrated Regional Water Management Program, which is administered by the Department of Water Resources. We have received large grants during each of the IRWM funding rounds. A total of over $16.5 million has been brought to the region through these efforts. Directly to NID, we've received just under $4 million for projects. The projects really have focused on water efficiency, drought planning, recovering storage capacity in existing reservoirs, and addressing kind of the issues of aging infrastructure. We've also stepped up. The way the organization has worked is every time that we receive a large grant, we work collectively to identify who can and who should administer the grants. Administering these large grants is a bit of a lift because you have to have the administrative capacity and the financial infrastructure to track many millions of dollars that come in and go out to multiple partners. And we've just completed one of these grants in the last 12 to 18 months. We did a drought planning grant. Slide, please. One of our first projects was very much focused on water efficiency. We were working collaboratively with Placer County Water Agency, and collectively we were able to address 5 different components of system efficiency, system loss, improved efficiency. You can see here, this is the brief description of they were gauging stations. It was good to hear the discussion earlier today because some of the work that has been accomplished at NID and that we have yet to accomplish around understanding where and how water flows through the system and having more detailed data to help inform the management decisions. Some of that has been able to be accomplished through grant funding, and then hopefully future grants will help us to leverage our own investment and get further down the road. We've also worked with some of our local partners and nonprofit organizations to develop an education program. This program was, it reached out to the public schools within our jurisdictional boundary and brought water and watershed education to our to the classroom, and also I believe included some field trips to get kids out into the field. Slide, please. We've also developed, these are photos of the Combi Reservoir Mercury Treatment Pilot Project. This was a multi-year project to develop a method for recovering mercury out of sediment that was pulled out of a reservoir. This technology was then scaled up, and we have since employed the project at a full-scale level. And this was initial pilot scale, kind of bench scale testing was accomplished through the grant funding. Slide, please. Also, we've addressed some of the system vulnerabilities that we have identified in terms of having duplicity and interties with Placer County Water Agency, and also to address some of the aging infrastructure issues that NID has faced lower down toward the North Auburn portion of our system. So the Rock Creek intertie was one of the projects we accomplished with some of our CABI grant funding. Slide, please. And then also the Meade Canal project. As you've heard today, there are different ways that we address canal-related issues, whether it's through shotcreting and coating canals to piping canals. Once we identify areas that either have potential water quality concerns or infrastructure and system failure concerns, this was one of the projects that rose as it was an opportunity to address the water delivery to Smartsville, which is also a disadvantaged community. And by implementing the work and piping that section of canal that was treated, there was a significant savings also for system loss that had already been identified. Slide, please. And so just as a final wrap, we are nearing completion of updating the CABI Integrated Regional Water Management Plan. We have been in the process of reviewing the plan. Nevada Irrigation District, we are one of the members of the Regional Water Management Group, which is essentially the decision-making body of CABI. It's a group of 8. It has 8 seats. 4 of them are water agency, 4 of them are nonprofit, or they could also be city government representatives, where we are reviewing the entire CABI plan and updating it, which now we are updating it to meet the 2016 guidelines. It's been a bit of a process. We have gone through our first public hearing on this document. We've revised the plan, and it appears that this week we will finally be sending it off to the Department of Water Resources for their consideration. That begins a 60-day review process. Then it will come back to the CABI members, hopefully finalized. We don't anticipate major issues. We've vetted this plan pretty thoroughly. Part of that process was also developing an updated project list. So Nevada Irrigation District projects are on that list, as well as roughly, I think the list is just under 100 projects currently. The plan would then be adopted, so it will come back to you for adoption, around May or June is what the current schedule is. And then we will continue to look at these projects and then put forward the strongest suite of projects with multiple benefits for the final $1 million that remains. And then we will continue to look for funding opportunities through integrated regional water management plans. And we're not sure yet what's on the horizon once this Proposition 1 funding has been spent. And if anyone wants to dive deeper into this, you can always go to the website, which is cabiregion.org, for all sorts of information.
All right. Thank you, Nisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Nisa.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. I understand that it's been quite an undertaking and quite a bit of detail work, and took a lot of patience and perseverance to work through the different stakeholder issues. So I hear that in the community and appreciate your work.
Cat herding is another adjective.
Cat herding.
Thank you very much, Director Hall.
All right. Next item is County Joint Powers Authority Dissolution Resolution. It's a great.
That'd be me. Okay, so, thank you, Nasa, for that background. So this brings us to, when, as CABI was being developed over the years, NID was involved in it since circa 2010. There was a point in time as CABI itself entered into the update to the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan that, as Nasa alluded to, was in 2016 update. The organization of CABI was more kind of loose-knit and didn't really have a funding source, and it only had a bunch of volunteers, of which 4 were the water district regional water management group members that are tasked with really moving the plan forward. And there were 4 elements of regional water management group members of the nonprofit entities. So at the time, the JPA was discussed as an opportunity to help fund the CABI update, the IRWMP update, and perhaps do some other things within the CABI region. So the 4 agencies, NID, PCWA, El Dorado Irrigation District, and El Dorado County Water Agency, bound together and became a CABI JPA somewhere around 2015. NID signed the authorization to begin that on 2014, and then the other districts followed suit soon thereafter, and it became an official entity on 2016, March 16th of 2016. During that time, the 4 member agencies participated in helping to update the IRWMP by continuously supporting staff on this RWMG. We brought forth legal counsel to help bring the IRWMP forward and funded activities to support the development and furtherance of the IRWMP, that plan. So there were 2 contracts signed during the course of the JPA, and those have since now been exhausted over the period of time. The IRWMP, as Nasa said, was submitted or will be submitted finally to DWR hopefully this week. The plan is over 500 pages. It's twice as long as the Biden administration's response to the national COVID emergency. I think that is an interesting point of authority.
Just as dangerous.
It's a very comprehensive plan with a lot of moving parts. It took well over 5 years to finalize. We are all extremely happy that it is near this point in time and it can be submitted, and we will be thankful for that, because at that point, then, well, for one, the members of the entity of the JPA meet on quarterly, biannually basis. Last time we met was in November, and the time before, so twice a year. And the last time we met and the time before, the discussion had been around, we're getting near the IRWMP. We've supplied, roughly $25,000 each member entity a year for a couple years. This last year was a little less. It went down to $2,000 because we were all knowing that we are nearing the end of the completion of the IRWMP. The conversation was around, really, what's the benefit of this JPA any longer? What is it going to do when it grows up? And the really biggest thing was, well, it could be a JPA where the member entities could all work together to do various numbers of things within our watershed. Well, we don't need a JPA for that. We don't need a JPA to call up Yuba County Water Agency or to call up PCWA and say, hey, let's work on a major watershed improvement project in the upper stretches of the Yuba right, where the three of us have water delivery opportunities, right, or the bear. And more than likely, we're probably not going to band together with El Dorado County or El Dorado Irrigation District to do a watershed plan. Our region of water source water is just not tied together. No, what we could do is we could work together on legislative activities, and we can work together to sign joint agreements and letters that work towards, identifying opportunities in Sacramento that might be beneficial for the headwaters of Cabby region. But there are other entities that are doing that same thing out there. There's NACWA, there's AQUA, there's Mountain County's Water Resources Agency. There's other organizations that have funding sources, that have staff, that have all these other things that are doing this. And so it really became clear to the 4 members of the JPA sometime about this time last year, that it's like, we're ready to put this to bed and be grateful that we all worked together and put this plan, helped work on putting this plan together. We're able to fund it through our budgets over the last 5 years and move on. So that's what you have in front of you. This is a resolution of dissolution from NID authorizing us to move forward and dissolving the JPA. This is a necessary activity pursuant to the JPA bylaws, that each member agency pass this resolution within their own respective organization and bring it forth to the next meeting. The next meeting for the JPA is scheduled for March 18th at 9 a.m., and that'll be at PCWA. We already have, PCWA has already approved this very same or similar resolution through PCWA. And I'm just waiting to hear from EID and ECWA. I haven't seen that yet, but we know it's pretty certain coming here shortly. One thing I wanted to mention that I have in the staff report is, by dissolving the JPA, this in no way affects NID's opportunity to put one of our projects forward in this CABI process. Nasa mentioned there's over 100 projects in the plan. NID itself has roughly 26 projects that we've identified as beneficial and that meets the basis of the CABI IRWMP plan. Those are everything from English meadow restoration, so mountain meadow restoration, to forestry work, to disadvantaged community work, pipeline, canal lining. It's very similar, as Nasa says, to stuff that we spoke about this morning. In terms of our ag water management plan, we've got a number of projects. If you haven't seen those projects listed in the plan, you can go to cabbyregion.org. We'd still be a partner and an organization within the CABI as a stakeholder. When the CABI plan comes back from DWR and with the DWR stamp of approval, it'll come back to this board for, It's acceptance or adoption. We would adopt it. So therefore, we would become an official member of the CABI again. That means that just our projects would live on there and they can come and go. You can add and remove projects. I think it's quarterly is when the call for projects for remove and add can happen. So if anything comes up that we put a priority on, if we put a priority of projects or ag efficiencies, and we don't have something on that list, we can identify it, bring it forth, tie it to the plan, and then put it on the plan so that if and when more money comes available through the state through this process, the benefit of the IRWMP can help that project get funding through CAP. Questions?
I have a question. On the resolution, on the first therefore, about the remaining property of CABI, and all other assets of any kind possessed by it, does the JPA have assets? And my most concerning thing was that if there is outstanding debt, liability, or obligation at the time of dissolution, the member districts have no obligation or responsibility for such debt.
Yeah. So I appreciate you bringing that up. There are no, the only assets that would be available currently on the CABI books are straight cash in the bank account. So leftover money that the 4 individual water agencies have contributed over the last number of years that haven't been spent. We've just received the last invoice from the only contractor that is encumbered through the CABI process. And once that bill is paid, there will be a net dollar amount. That dollar amount would be the only asset left in CABI. I take that back. There are two other expenses that once there's another resolution that will be at the CABI side that states there's 2 things left to do after we dissolve and make the dissolution at CABI. You can correct me if I'm overstepping my legal bounds here, but there's 2 things that we need to do. One is we need to pay our legal fee, right? And we're not sure exactly what that total is going to be because our legal bill for CABI is going to be, basically just filing the dissolution of CABI to the state. Pretty minimal. And then we have a auditor that will come and audit our books, and that'll happen in probably about 3 months' time. So there will be 2 final bills that the JPA will authorize the secretary or the treasurer to make, and then at that time, the net remaining balance will be distributed in equal parts of 4 to the remaining organization. I don't know exactly what that dollar amount is.
But there's no liability.
Absolutely not.
Okay, because we're still paying Holdridge and Cole for the Mercury project. For the
Totally different.
So that's not the same one she spoke about.
No, that one in 2013 was that original pilot project.
Okay.
Holdridge and Cole was part of that. Were they? I'm not sure, but that's an NID project.
Okay.
Yeah. There are no official CABI projects, CABI JPA projects. Yeah.
I motion that we,
Public comment?
Let's move.
Do you have a comment?
No, I have no comment.
Okay, anybody else have a comment? Okay, a public comment on this resolution to dissolve the JPA for CABI. If you'd like to comment, star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion that we approve the dissolution of the Consumnes American Bear Yuba Joint Health Authority and adopt resolution 2021-05.
Second.
Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Doug is back.
Yes.
Talk about extending a portion of Newtown Canal.
Absolutely, and the sun's falling and snow's falling, so we'll try to get through this as quick as possible. Okay, so this item is abandonment of a portion of Newtown Canal and signing of the Quitclaim of easements for that. So the recommendation is that the board adopt Resolution 2021-06, which is a resolution of abandonment of that portion of the Newtown Canal. I'll do a real quick background. This project originally started, obviously, way back in 2005. Originally, the plan was to realign this section of canal because it was right in the backyards. I mean, some of them were right up against homes. The difficulty in maintaining it was very hard, as well as sewer leach field impacts. This was a canal that feeds our water treatment system, our water treatment plant for Lake Wildwood. So we originally decided to start by realigning the canal within the roadway. There was some disagreement and some concern from the property owners with regards to doing that. The board then directed staff to go ahead and just work on rehabbing the existing canal and the location that it was in. So we started that process, went forward, got easements. Because we didn't have formal easements, this was a prescriptive area, so it was limited on how much work we could do within the facility to upgrade it, et cetera. So we attained all easements but one, and it was at an impasse. The board at that point decided, instead of going through the condemnation process, directed staff to go back out into the street. And so then the project was built within the right-of-way, and you can see it in that, that one handout with the map that kind of shows you the realignment of the sections. So it's basically about 1,900 feet of canal we abandoned and we replaced with, about 1,500 feet of pipeline. So in May of 2017, the board adopted the resolution on the intent to abandon. That was resolution 2017-12. And in it, it talked about the things that we would be required to do. Part of what we agreed to do, we, as in a collective group, filling in the canal sections within those properties if they chose to do that. We had an allotment of money that was identified in the resolution that we would spend to do these grading improvements. One individual chose not to have the canal filled in. The other ones all had the canal filled in. We went through that process, made all those requirements, made the adjustments of moving existing customers to the new pipeline, which is also part of our rules and regs. When we abandon a section of canal, we have to keep them whole. So we've gone through all that. We've done all that work. It was finished in actually September of 2019. So this project is complete. The pipeline is in service. We no longer need any of the easements within the existing canal section that we abandoned. And so at that, we're recommending that the board approve or adopt resolution, 2021-06. So that allows the abandonment of these easements, allows for the, I believe it's the board president and secretary to sign for these. It's not something that can be delegated down to staff, and that's per water code. I don't know the specific number, but the board president and secretary sign for that. So, is there any questions or comments that you have on?
I have some questions. I don't know if anyone else did, but, looking at the easement, so the easement conversation, so the asterisk, is that the one that we weren't successful in?
Correct, on that second page, yeah.
But we're quit claiming, we didn't get an easement from them, but we're quit claiming back to them of property we didn't get the easement? They're on the list of we're gonna quit claim back an easement so that's my first question.
Okay, and that may be something I believe I have Matt, available to have that discussion. There may be some easement that's on there, it's just we needed additional easement to be able to do what we need to do, but we'll
okay,
answer that.
It wasn't, it looked like, I assume the asterisk was the one we didn't get.
That is correct, right, and it happened to be the one that was almost one of the first ones, that was the most important one in order to keep the rest of the canal in service, right?
Yeah.
So.
I don't know what we quit claiming if we ever got these, that, so. Okay, and then the second one was, the AP in 004-131-046, the last one on the list that we got the easement, $5,500 to pay for an easement on it. But we're not quit claiming them back. We didn't give them a quit claim back. The 46 isn't on the list to give them back a quit claim for the easement that we paid $5,500 for. On number 046, it's not on we don't have a quit claim for that, but we bought an easement from them. So maybe we kept that easement, I don't know.
Matt?
Yeah. Hello, Matthew Crowe, Senior Right-of-Way Agent for the district. So I think I can clarify. The easement that is listed that we acquired is at the very beginning of the project, which we needed either for the proposed rehabilitation of the canal, or we needed to use that to get out to the road.
So we used it anyway.
Yeah, well, we actually had to modify the easement that we originally proposed, because originally it didn't bring a pipe out to the road. We were just gonna end up using this driveway. So that's the one that we need to retain.
That was the 42.
Yeah.
42 was done, that was 46.
Oh, 46.
46,
correct.
okay.
Yeah, 42, the reason that we've identified that as a quitclaim is that the canal was originally built in 1850. We've been owned it and operated it. There were, rights that were reserved at the time of patent back in the 1800s that we accrued to us. And so just to be clear that in abandonment, we're relinquishing whatever rights we have in it.
Okay.
We identified that as one of the easements or one of the properties with interest that we would be quitclaiming.
I see, that was number 40.
42.
42.
That's the one that didn't give us the original easements when we asked it.
Okay, and then on the 46,
We still need it.
the easement was acquired, but it wasn't quitclaimed back. That was the one.
It won't be.
That's what we used for the road.
Yes.
And then the third one was on 32. It was quitclaim, we're quitclaiming 32, but it's not on the list of ones that we acquired.
Correct, because that was acquired in the 80s as part of a parcel map. The owner at the time, dedicated an easement to us for the existing facility. And at this point, we no longer need that facility, so we're gonna relinquish it back to them.
Okay, so, that's fine, because I was looking at these kind of ones.
Yeah, good question.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
And it's nice to meet you.
Yes.
I have a comment. I'm Matthew, nice to meet you too. I just want to thank staff and just for board's education here. As several of these folks had come to me as their representative, and they were really concerned that their title reports, everything has just been a little muddy. And with us not using the easement, it really just, like, why is it here? Can't we just please get this removed? And so, I was talking with Greg, and, anyway, thank you for making this finally happen. A lot of these folks have waited a long time to get this done, and so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, these guys, Matt got it going.
Yeah,
It was coming.
thanks, Matt. Yeah, I know it was going, but it was, it wasn't like on the front of the burner, and then we sort of relit that fire, and it's here today, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
You want to make the motion?
I would love to make the motion. So I would move to, that the board adopt resolution 2021-06, resolution of abandonment of a portion of the Newtown Canal as set forth in the attached document for the abandonment of the easements by Quitclaim.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Yes. Any, by the public like to comment on this action we're taking today to abandon easements? If you'd like to comment, Mr. Hyde. Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, Division 2.
Aye.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Well
you
done.
all. Thanks, Matt, for your work.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Doug.
So can we do,
Did you get money back?
warrants?
Did you get any money back?
No, it's a long story. No. I propose no money back. So thank you for your support. But you've been inconvenienced for years. The right thing to do is just do this.
Okay, last item,
Okay.
warrants.
Marvin should be coming.
Marvin on the,
Marvin's here.
Yes, good afternoon, board, can you hear me?
yes, sir.
Just want, these are the warrants and the project reports, investment report. So if the board has any questions, we can address them.
I have just one question, Marvin, and I know you'll know the answer because I think we talked about it last time, but I just can't remember. It's on page 34, the U.S. Bank, we expensed $1.125 million of 2028 bond principal as an expense. On page 34,
Yes.
and I think it has something to do with that. I can't remember what you said about we're expensing that money. We paid out all of our combi money, or what was that? Was it expensing the bond?
So what that is that's just repayment. That's just repayment of principal and interest on the bonds. And these are a portion of the 2020 bonds that were refunded. And so those 2020 bonds that were refunded, payment was required this year for their amortization schedule. In the 2011 bonds, a small payment was required to finish removing those. So right now what we've done is that we have removed the 2011 bonds from the balance sheet, and we have set up the 2020 bonds and their amortization schedules. And so we will be realizing those savings, obviously, as we go forward. We will be realizing them.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm still not clear on it, but that's okay.
Director Hare.
Yeah, hi Marvin, thank you, Mr. President. I have one question. On page 36 of 46, a $17,973 invoice to Van Feldman for FERC relicensing legal consultation.
That's our special counsel.
Right, and I know, it's just a really big number, and so my question really was, it's for 1 month, or is this for a longer period of time, or, yeah, how much does that cover?
I don't know offhand, but we can.
I would like to know, that's a big amount, and I'm hoping that the answer will be, oh, it's a quarterly bill.
It could be. I don't know quarterly, but it could be.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
it's a huge number.
Could be a deposit.
We'll find out.
So I would like to know that, Marvin, you can just email me or something, I would like to just know what scoop is.
Sure, we'll get the breakdown. I think legal is required to bill hourly, so it's got to accumulate, even though the check may be big, the hours have to substantiate it, right? I think that it does.
I get that. I know that that's true, but I just was wondering if that was 4 months worth of hours or
Okay.
1 month worth of hours.
Yeah.
We have a motion?
Okay, any more questions first? Any member of the public like to comment on the warrant? Star 9 on your phone. Seeing none, I entertain a motion to approve the warrants.
I move to approve the warrants.
I'll second.
Hey, moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes?
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Thanks,
Okay.
board.
Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you, Marvin.
All right, that concludes general orders. Next is interim general manager's report.
Okay, 3 quick things. Winter camping is open at Scotts Flat.
For snow camping?
Partnership with CAL FIRE has felled roughly 30 dead and standing trees at Orchard Springs and Long Ravine
Nice.
for a training program with CAL FIRE. They're trying to find large trees to drop.
Nice.
They come to us. We got some big trees up there.
We got a big oak in our
For
place.
free?
Right on your
Do we get it for free?
Yeah, we get it for free, yeah.
Pointed
They
out,
do
right?
it.
They do it
It's
for free.
great, and they bring their training sawyers in, and so we're developing this interesting partnership with CAL FIRE, which is
Well
really
done.
great. Yeah, it's cool. Finally, we're continuing to work on our coordinated agreement and MOU with PCWA, the County of Placer, for the, Placer County Government Center there at Bell, at DeWitt.
Very good.
Yeah, so that's moving forward, and staff is working on that diligently.
And what was that, I'm sorry?
It's the Placer County Government Center.
I know, but what about the Placer County government?
We've been working on a memorandum of agreement on how our integrated water systems between NID and PCWA work to supply and support both the commercial entities and the governmental facilities at the Placer County Government Center.
That's where we
Richardson and
together,
Bell.
right?
The old DeWitt.
Yeah.
The old DeWitt. So we're working forward on that and partnering and making sure that we're moving that forward.
Nicely done.
Good to know.
Yep. That's the end of my report.
Before we get snowed in?
Yep, well,
I told you it was short.
second,
Yes, it is.
it's on the road.
Chains on.
Okay, director's reports. Anybody have a report?
Mine will wait.
Mine will wait.
Mine will wait.
Yeah.
Everyone's will wait. Okay,
Move to adjourn. President.
you don't need a motion for that. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Yay.
Yay.